Hello, 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 and welcome everybody to. Oh, sorry, bear with me, being weird. Anywho, welcome, fellow adventurers of Rivera. Welcome to the Golden Feather Tavern. We are Vertek and Chibi, keepers of this fine establishment. Today, the tavern has opened its doors and set its tables to welcome some fantastic and fun-loving members of the Ashes of Creation roleplay community. So pull up a chair, grab a nice tankard of ale, mead, hot chocolate, or other delicious beverage of choice, and join us in today's discussions. So today is the 14th of September 2024, and this is TGF Tavern's Roleplay Summit number 001. That's right, the first of its kind and certainly not the last. And Chibi, can you please tell us what we have on tap today?
Yes, hello everybody, and welcome to our first roleplay summit. For those of you that may not know what roleplay is, that is where you take a position of a role. It could be a character, somebody who's much more similar to you that plays a role in a scenario, a lot like acting, if you will. Or it could be somebody completely different. Maybe you want to pretend to be someone you're not. And that's fine too. That's what we love about roleplay. Today, we're going to be talking about how roleplay fits within Ashes of Creation. And we'll be hearing questions from 8 different role players in the Ashes of Creation community, some of which are representing a channel brand or a guild, perhaps, with multiple members. So we have a few from GS, we have Jibs from Loreforge, which includes multiple people, and so on and so forth. I'm so excited. The day will be divided into 3 segments with a 10-minute intermission between the first and second, and a 15-minute intermission between the second and third. During the first segment, 3 questions will be asked, 1 by each guest, and once they present their question, each guest will take some time to give their opinions or facts. And that will be on the topic of whatever the question is. After all 3 questions have been answered by each person, we'll move on to a 10-minute open discussion, which we had from last summit, and that went over really well. A lot of you gave really good feedback, and oh my gosh, really good feedback. And it was voted the most, we'll be discussing whatever is voted most popular by our guests. So you may also notice that we have a channel point redeem. It's called Submit a Question. This is primarily on Twitch. This is where you, the viewers, can become directly involved in today's topics. Click that redeem, add your question, and we'll include it on a poll. The poll will be sent out later in the stream, and you can decide which viewer question you would like to hear our guests discuss the most. The discussion of viewer questions will start at the number 1 top rated question and work our way down the list as each question or discussion is exhausted as time permits. This will continue for about a 20-minute block, and you can change your vote at any time. And don't be shy, please. We love to hear your thoughts. Also, when we throw out the poll later, vote early and vote often. After that, we will take a 10-minute break to stretch our legs, refill our waters, maybe grab a little noms, and this will occur approximately 7:30 Eastern time. So we hope you enjoy us for that and get cozy. The second segment will be a mirror of the first, not a minor, but a mirror of the first in every way, but 3 questions being asked by the guest will be those that were voted most popular by our guests themselves. After that, we will close out for a 15-minute intermission where a few guests will need to depart due to time constraints. And when the third segment of this roleplay summit begins, we'll open it back up by explaining how that portion is structured. Please note, due to time constraints, we may not interact as much verbally, but we will be interacting in chat and non-verbally. I see you guys in chat. Thank you guys so much. And please do feel free to engage with us. But understand our responses may be mostly in text. We want to be respectful of everyone's time and voice by not talking over each other. So, with that being said, on to the first part. Which I will toss back over to Vertek.
So now that we've introduced ourselves and the event, let's meet our guests. Please tell everyone joining us who you are, a little bit about yourself and your role-playing experience. AV, can you please start us off, and the rest of you please follow in alphabetical order.
Hi, I'm AV. First of all, I'd like to thank you, the Golden Feather Tavern, for letting me be here today. I'm just a gamer who likes to roleplay, and I'm here just to share a little bit about what I've done with it. as I get older, I find roleplay a great way to still be able to play the game at a little slower pace. Ashes might very well be the last meaningful mmorpg game that I play, so it's important to me to work with all of you to make this the best game it can be. I do love PvP and I'm looking forward to it, but let's face it, my reflexes will be nowhere near someone like Lloyd. You know, that being said, I will be there trying to do my best. Recently, I've started learning how to stream and do content creation and have a YouTube and Twitch channel set up, but they still need a little work. So, thank you.
All right, I'm Daedalus. I'm also known in the community as the Ashen Herald. I've been following Ashes since Kickstarter in 2017, so it's been a minute. I've done various content creations, including article writing, YouTube, podcasting, and as of today, I'm a official member of the Grey Sentinels, so the GS rule is on me. For role-playing, I've always enjoyed being creative, and I've done it mostly in games like Vampire the Masquerade Redemption, for those that remember that, and in MMO's Dark Age of Camelot.
I'm Des Revis, the GM of the Revis Order. We're going on 13 years as a guild. In Ashes of Creation, we are the All-Elven Guild. My roleplay experience is about 20 years in various tabletop role-playing games and devising stories in MMOs and those tabletops for about 18 of that 20.
Well, hi. Greetings, everybody. My name is Exile. I've been following the development for Ashes of Creation for about 5 years now, so maybe a bit newer compared to some who are here today. Really excited to hear everybody's perspectives on these topics, and while maybe somewhat newer to Ashes, I've been immersed in MMOs and tabletop RPGs for the past 10 years or so. During that time, I've had the privilege of running various D&D campaigns and one-shots and on tabletop, as well as leading roleplay events and MMOs, so I'm interested to hear these fine folks' feedback and discussion.
Hello, everybody. I am the Ezekiel King, Twitch streamer, MMO games primarily. I've been playing MMO since '99 for EverQuest, now I'm just here. I used to be a pro wrestler, so I've kind of been role-playing my whole life, pretty much. I pretended like I got hurt for about 10 years. Now I'm just here with the Ashes of Creation, and hopefully, getting to meet all of you all. This is going to be fun. Ha ha ha.
That's got to be the entrance of the night. Hi, everybody. I'm Jibs. Man, I can't top that. That was amazing. I'm co-GM of Black Talon Trading Company for our brand Loreforged. And thank you so much for having me. It's an honor to be here amongst all these wonderful people. I feel like I'm the new one here to roleplay compared to all these fine folks. So this is going to be really exciting and a good time.
You are not the only one that's new to roleplay. Well, I've done theater. By the way, I'm Lloyd, everybody. Hi. I'm actually going to be one of the people that's representing I haven't RP'd in MMOs ever. So, but I have done theater in the past. I've done a lot of D&D and stuff like that. I like to do very immersive roleplay for the most part. But yeah, I haven't roleplayed an MMO, and I'm really excited to join. And that's probably the perspective you're going to get from me. So I hope you all enjoy it.
I'm Healy. I'm actually from Gilded House. I am their story officer. I've been probably involved in roleplay since the early days of Star Wars Galaxies. I've run pretty big guilds in Final Fantasy, definitely story-driven as well. Yeah, I'm looking forward to hearing from many of these people here. I appreciate Golden Tavern for allowing me to be here as well. And Ezekiel, I feel like I cannot top what you just did there. So we're going to end it here.
Yeah, I'd wish anybody like trying to do that.
Yeah, same.
We all know where the bar is now, so we just got to try and get as close as we
that was awesome, by the way.
Yeah,
That's
right to meet
crazy.
Right.
So now that we've met our lovely guests tonight, I was wondering, what about roleplay interests you? We'll start off with Avi.
What about roleplay interests me? Let's see. I have an answer here, but I wasn't quite sure. Okay, the interest in roleplay PvP. I have experience with roleplay PvP. Maybe not the most modern games, but the core principles are the same. My original roleplay was in UO, where I was in the Baronship of Cove on the Europa Shard. This is back in like 2008, 2010. And my interest is just roleplay PvP, and we had structured PvP for that. We had organized battles. We had a roleplay alliance with a bunch of different towns, and each town was a different faction. And so these factions were warring each other or allied with each other, and we'd create scenarios, and it was just a fun experience. The system there, though, is not really compatible with Ashes because we were able to like snoop the gear and look in the backpacks to see if there was any unsanctioned items, if they were trying to cheat or anything like that. But for the most part, they were structured battles, structured PvP battles. It was fun, you know. Do I have a lot more time yet, or I don't know?
Got about another 10 seconds there. If you gotta wrap up.
All right. So, that's basically it. I can go more into it later. I have a lot more information.
Sounds good. Just to do a clarification, this, like, what about role-playing interests you is kind of synonymous with, like, why did you get into role-play kind of thing? Like, what about it interested you?
Just taking on a whole nother character. That's basically it.
Okay,
yeah.
Ados?
Yeah, I think that's pretty similar to me. I mean, role-playing is always fascinating to me because I grew up really with a passion for the creative arts, and I loved to write stories and poems. I loved watching live theater growing up and really seeing actors become their characters in the moment. So the biggest draw for me is like the ability to create something completely new outside of myself, to be creative and collaborative with others as well. I think that's an important part of role play, is it's not just about you, it's about how you interact with others, and a lot of really good things happen when you collaborate, because things happen that you don't expect, and you as your character have to react to that. So I just find it like really like a super creative outlet that is really rewarding, and it also helps build community.
So I too was a theater kid in the performance art stuff. So one of the things that I really like about it is adding the extra flair to an MMO scape even. It's kind of like for me when I play Dungeons and Dragons, never know where the story is going to end up. You're having to react to all the situations that happen or the random things that your friend just did. It's just about the journey that it comes to, the experience that makes it so awesome.
I come from a long line of nerds, and grew up hearing stories, being read the Chronicles of Narnia and Lord of the Rings, and Silmarillion might not be considered adequate bedtime story for like a 5-year-old, but it was magic to me. So I've always been a huge fan of both high and low magic fantasy, dark fantasy, storytelling in general, really. What I love most about role-playing, though, is just the collaborative process of, building that narrative with other people and making it so that we're all invested in it together. It's really like a social activity. So I really enjoy introducing new people into the hobby, getting them excited about getting into a character, embodying that character, maybe thinking a little outside the box as to what makes a good character, and finding interesting ways to flip tropes on their head and stuff like that. Just exploring the depth and the excitement of these shared stories. One of my favorite aspects of that roleplay is just delving into the psyche of fictional characters by asking in-character questions. I can get to the heart of who they are, which brings a sense of realism to that roleplay, and it really helps make the experience richer when I can fully understand who my character is in their day-to-day.
For me, for roleplay, I kind of like same old with any roleplay nerd. Lord of the Rings was kind of like the big influence. Same with Marvel Comics. And for me, I always wanted to try to find like that escapism to put myself in these realms, essentially. So typically when I do role play, I will make a character that has some kind of aspect of myself. I grew up playing sports, so I didn't have a lot of time to go out and, be a theater nerd or a writer or an artist. So I wasn't talented in the creative arts. So I found other ways to role play, where I worked on some movies, was a pro wrestler for 10 years, just things like that. And now, streaming video games is kind of like, another kind of side piece of that. But for me, it's just a way to kind of like escape and immerse myself in that fantasy setting that I just would love to be a part of.
Yeah, I think for me, it was always something that I was looking for a new layer for my MMO experience. And I found just through gaming, people, talking about and promoting their guild and a general chat. And it just kind of led from one thing to the other. And I found that roleplay led me to a whole nother level of immersion in my game and in my character and in the world and particularly the lore. It made me care so much more about the world I was in, the atmosphere I was in, why it mattered where I was, and why it mattered to my character. And so, yeah, I would say that's probably the hook for RP for me.
Yeah, well, for me, what interested me the most, well, I didn't even get into RP really until like senior year of high school. My buddy and I were hanging out after school, and he was doing theater as like an elective just to pass or like to get his like credits for the graduation. And he was like, hey, they need some guys for this play. Do you want to come join? And I was like, sure. So I ended up being a Hun for the Mulan, and then I ended up doing about 1,000 hours in theater and really loved the aspect of putting myself into another character and stuff like that. Roleplay also really helps me, kind of like what Ezekiel does, is put parts of myself in a character, and I look for like self-improvement through that. And so like I'm always trying to better myself as a person and as a being. So I find roleplay as a very therapeutic way to kind of like do self-improvement as well. Figuring out my flaws, figuring out like different vulnerabilities and stuff that I have, and trying to play out social interactions with other people rather than just all inside my head. So it's nice to do that, and it's a lot of fun. So as a gamer, I do a lot of the min-maxy stuff. So I haven't really done it in an MMO, but I'm really excited to try.
And Nahili.
All right, so actually what's got me started into roleplay was I'm a huge Star Wars nerd, so when SWG came out, I totally wanted to, live the life of a Padawan and go through that whole experience of being exiled and trying to hide my identity and stuff. So it was really fun. But as I got older, and trust me, I'm older, I feel older going after Lloyd, I just found that being immersed in storytelling gets you involved with people on a deeper level than the game sometimes offers. And 9 times out of 10, the game can be a really rough experience, but roleplay just really enhances it, and you actually end up staying with it a lot longer than you probably would have without the roleplay experience itself. And as far as like story creating, I've been role-playing in Gilded House probably for about 2 years on Sanctus. So we're doing the whole experience on Sanctus, and it's really important for me to have a character that's more of a support role. So my position in Gilded House is just to offer other people opportunities to engage with my character, so that way we can make like a living experience before we get into Vera. It's really important that I feel that deep connection with my members and with the community beyond Gilded House. So I'm looking forward to hearing what everyone says today.
Thank you so much for that. So we are going to go ahead and head into the first part of our segment, which involves the questions in order of popularity that our guests have brought on with them. The first one, Lloyd, if you don't mind asking your question. Go ahead.
Have to unmute myself. Yeah, sure. So my question was, what do you think is the best way to allow players to have their own stories incorporated into the world? Whether you do like books, like inside the game world, you examine player bios, do you just role play it out? Like, what do you think is the best way to try to incorporate that into the Ashes of Creation?
And we'll have AV start off first, I believe.
You want me to read my question? Or do
No,
you want
you're answering.
answering?
Yeah.
Okay. I would love to have player-written books in a game, and the ones that other players could read. I'm not sure if that will be a visible. If people will have a visible profile to read in game, I'm not sure if that's going to be visible on people's backstories. But I do have a couple thoughts. Maybe there could be something like a guildstone placed somewhere that you could put people's backstories on, that you could click on and read it, so everybody in the guild could put their backstory on that. But that doesn't have to look like a guildstone. You could make it like look like a bookcase and put it in your tavern, and then you could just like click on that and read people's stories out of the bookcase, and maybe like a digital format or something. But and possibly even have a bard maybe even read them or sing them. I don't know how that'd be possible, but that was my idea on that.
All right. Thank you. And bear with us a moment. Vertex getting that feature live right now. Thank you, Wyon, for letting us know.
Yeah, thank you for reminding me. I've just turned it on. It should be available in the channel point rewards now.
And I believe he'll be updating the question to be on screen in a moment, but go ahead, Daedalus.
Sure. So definitely player bios sound like a great idea. I do hope they implement something like that. I adore the idea of having a library in your personal housing to actually write and journal and store your tales. And I think, if they do bios, I would like them to be pretty robust. I mean, we see stuff online in other games where they talk about like how many bosses you've killed and how much you've done in progression in the game, and that's okay, but it doesn't really give like a lot of perspective or a story. And I would love to see a dynamic journal that actually builds your personal story, similar to what the devs talked about when they were talking about server stories. Just imagine reading that years later. I think that would be pretty cool. Talking about your background, your relationships in the world, deities that you have interacted with in different stories. And then kind of the standard stuff like emotes, transmogs, lots of variety in housing options. I think, those are so many different ways they can really help allow players to do that. And I hope they do take that opportunity.
I'm on the same train here. Definitely character bios on their sheets. Maybe not shareable, like maybe not seen automatically. Maybe it has to be shared, so you can kind of keep that mystery of the RP when you're coming into a story, and they develop as it goes. You could share parts of it maybe, and then definitely would love to see like they've said the archive that you can have in the libraries, but maybe one that's legends and rumors made by the players that may or may not be true, that adds a little more flavor to how your node develops even.
I mean, yeah, great idea so far for sure. I think it's great that at a macro level, Ashes is sort of already taking care of this when it comes to the way that, a node changes or a node war happens. There's already those, very obvious changes to what the players experience. But on an individual level, I thought it would be interesting to have the ability for people to scribe inside of tomes and journals that could be persistent in the server. I don't know how they would manage this or how that would work, but allowing personal narratives to persist and spread throughout the world in like an actual tome that people can pick up is such a cool idea to me. Allowing other players to discover and interact with the stories that you create. And speaking earlier, as a lot of other games will talk about, they killed this boss, or they achieved this, they beat this raid or whatever. It would be cool if like that was able to be flavored in a way where somebody had a node siege that they were participating in and they died a lot. So maybe it could be something like they sustained serious wounds at the battle of this node or that node or whatever, or fought valiantly if they did particularly well in a node siege or something like that, defended the keep or assaulted and razed the city of whatsoever. So those sorts of things that people can inspect in the player bios that are flavorful would definitely enhance the RP for sure.
So I think some things that was pretty cool in like past games. For instance, I was a City of Heroes player back when that first came out, and when they were developing that game, originally the idea was that they were going to have like a fame system to where like certain things that you would do, would be recorded, and then they would like put your character in like the local newspaper or like a picture of your character on a billboard, so like you doing things to influence, like, they're already going to have that with like the nodes, like, like if you're doing things for your node, you're going to influence the architecture and stuff like that. So like, having things to where it also just influences everything around you. They ultimately weren't able to put all those systems in because it was 2004, way before their time. So it just kind of ended up basically being the civilians walking around, and every now and then one of them would have a chat bubble that said something about your character, like you defeated this alien, to save, this building, or whatever, and stuff like that. So I think like just tools like that make the environment around you feel more immersive, I think helps superbly when it comes to roleplay, basically.
Yeah, I think that's well said. I love the idea of character bios. That's a great way, at least from my experience, my limited experience in roleplay, to really start the experience between two characters and kind of introduce each other. And I love the idea of having supporting books within the game that players have made, or their stories, like Des, I loved your idea of, possible rumors or legends, that sort of thing that could be put in the game. I love that because that just adds more layers. And I think in a game that's already as vast as it is and as large as it is with Ashes of Creation, the more that you can add to stuff like this, just to really pull your player base in, I think is a real win. So yeah, definitely character bios for sure.
I think the reason why I asked this question, for the most part, is it'd be really nice to see a way for us to implement some sort of tool or something for being able to see this pretty innately without having to, open up, like inspect a character, open up their player bio, and then like read like 8 pages of backstory and stuff like that. I love the idea of like having like a player journal or something that you can click on and like flip through it. I also know that players, I love the idealism from the role players. I also know that from like the realism of like just what it is to be a video game is somebody's gonna put dicks in that journal. It's gonna happen. And so, it's
a stat.
PTP.
It's something they have to think about. But I love the just general role play aspect of these types of things, and I don't think the idealism should be crushed because of a few bad actors, but I definitely enjoy like having these tools available for players and seeing like what players do to either circumvent it or whatever.
Yeah, my response actually is I actually like the whole idea of journals, but I think on an administrative level, it would actually be cool if you could actually have a narrative told through your guild systems. So that way it's something that can be moderated by guild officers, guild leaders, make sure it's, PG at least without like the dick pics. But they can have their narrative, and then maybe that can be scribed into a bigger book beyond just, your guild that you're in. And then that could be shared to the larger community. I think that would be neat, because then there would be a level of moderation that wouldn't require the developers having to step in to moderate that on top of everything else that they're going to have to moderate. It was a really cool thing too. I like the bios. Star Wars Galaxies actually had a really good bio system. You could actually do from like blood type, relations, friends. You could list down like family members, and you could write a whole bio story. Awesome system. I hope they include something like that, since there's a family system in Ashes. That would be a plus to me.
Right. Do we know how much time is left in the segment, or should we go ahead and go to the next question?
Let's move on to the next question. I'll keep an eye on the planned ending time. Be good.
Okay, cool. Then the next question is posed by AV. Go ahead and feel free to go ahead and answer it as well.
All right. Well, let's see here. Is there interest in roleplay PvP? And do you want me to answer right away? So I think there is. As I mentioned earlier, erroneously when I was in the opening statement, but roleplay PvP is important to me because it provides a kind of like a battleground, but it's on even terms for everybody. You have roles, you have ranks, you have structure in your guild, and it's something that can be done. The system we used, I'm kind of messing up here. Let's see. Core mechanics. Hold on one second. We used common sense, respect your fellow players, stay in character all the time. If you kill somebody, you stay dead. Okay, gotcha. I'll let somebody else answer.
That's just a reminder to wrap up, by the way.
Yeah, it's just to take a look at the timer, usually around the 15-second mark or so.
Oh, gotcha. Sorry.
If you wanted to wrap up a quick 15 seconds, no worries. Yeah,
I'm kind of nervous. This is my first time, so.
You're fine.
No
You're doing
worries.
great.
You're doing great. You're doing great.
Yeah, so I'll get more into it later. It's okay.
Daedalus?
Sure. I'd love to engage in RP PvP. It's actually not something I've done a lot in games. I'm definitely not an expert, obviously, but I think having a purpose to fighting or a catalyst of sorts, I think it gives the PvP more meaning and it makes it more rewarding. And it also helps you kind of build those relationships and dynamics, not only with your guildmates as you're RPing, but also with other guilds that might be doing the same. I think we often forget how much players themselves bring to the table in terms of game enrichment. And so kind of engaging in this from my perspective, or not engaging in it, feels like a missed opportunity. So I would definitely like to see that in, or I'd like to participate that in game. And AV, like a lot of the rules that you had out there too, I think was really neat as well, like about respect and so on, because a lot of times we get kind of wrapped up in our characters and we may do something maybe a little untoward. So it's good to have those ground rules laid out so that people know what to expect and can still have some freedom to play their character, but also respect each other.
Yes?
I guess for interested in RP and PvP, I guess we really need to define that. If we mean using PvP to determine outcome of like a narrative, like that's helpful. But I'm more interested in using like in-game mechanics for that kind of a thing. If we're talking like making a scripted ending for like a grand storyline that you've been building for months. Yeah, maybe it has a little more use for.
Okay, Exile?
I'm a fan of PvPRP. I think it adds a lot of stakes to any sort of narrative that you're telling, in a similar way to using dice at a D&D table is used to generate randomness, and also to exemplify the way that people are able to make their builds. It's the same sort of translation between a tabletop game, a lot of the time, at least the crunchier ones, and something like mmorpgs when it comes to PvPRP. If somebody is able to create a character that's really good at what they do, then it's a great opportunity for these players to kind of showcase that. And it also, I think, makes an easier avenue for people who would not have been as interested in RP, especially people who are very hardcore PvPers, to get into the setting. I think that if I was going to talk to a PvPer, it'd say, yeah, come to our roleplay event. You'll be standing around and rolling dice. I don't know if they'll be as interested in that. So kind of giving that sort of in with these people, I think is a great thing. Anything that we can do to make the transition easier for more people to get into roleplay is good in my book. I think there's obviously challenges that come with it, obviously, whether that comes to any sort of distinctions between the roleplay and their PvP, but those things can all be cleared up with people who are able to have those discussions and be honest with each other.
Yeah, so I actually enjoy PvP. I am an ESO streamer right now, and I actually do a lot of PvP over there. One of the hard things, though, to do is to implement roleplay with PvP, especially when you do open world stuff, because you have a lot of these other players that are going to be out there that have like their play style, their rotations, their builds, and everything like that. And it kind of doesn't really fall in line with that timing if you want to be a role player in a open world PvP. So I guess it would be cool to have role play with your PvP, but that would be kind of I would see that as being something that would probably be more of like a structured thing amongst your friends and guild mates, because in open world it's going to be a little hard to pull that off unless you have enough people with you to be a presence. So even if you're not fighting as fast as another pure PvPer, you at least have your other roleplay guildmates with you to help out and stuff. But yeah, I would love to see that personally. That would be cool as heck.
Yeah, I love RP PvP, especially because in any story, no character is perfect. There never is that perfect thing, and two people will always at some point, whether it's in dialogue or through action, sometimes they come to arms at each other. And so seeing that take place in an MMO is a lot of fun, especially in duels. And of course, I know structured PvP has been mentioned. I'll never forget a time when we were in, I believe, Grizzly Hills in World of Warcraft, and we were doing a patrol. We were out doing our thing, and then all of a sudden came another group, and they were Horde. And of course, we were Alliance at the time. And so just this war ensued, and it was a really cool scene. And so seeing things like that in Ashes of Creation, I think, is a no-brainer.
I actually think Ashes has a real rare opportunity with RP and PvP, which is also part of the reason why I joined, because I'm a big PvPer, and you're gonna have people that are not of equal skill level. You're not gonna have the same levels. You're not gonna have the same gearing, etc. Your character's backstory should be relevant to what your character has done in the world and how you interact with that world. The drama writes itself, honestly. We're all gamers and everything like that. So when you talk about wars and RP and PvP, it's generally in hindsight. You tell of the battle. You tell what your character did in that battle. It's not RPing consistently throughout it. It's not like a shonen anime where it's oh, now watch my Giga Mega Blaster move. So it's you have the battle, and then the role play is what happened in that battle, and then you move forward, and then it's like a constant form of improvisation, and you're just continuously growing your character, and maybe your character loses, maybe your character wins, and he gets growth, or she gets growth from that.
Yeah, so in Ashes, obviously PvP is going to be a constant presence. So I would love to see people organize RP PvP between not just guildmates, but other guilds. I actually agree with what Ezekiel said. It's actually one of my talking points, is that I think PvP RP is very possible, but I do think it needs to have some sort of structure to it, because otherwise you're just going to get a lot of outside influences that come into your RP element, which is perfectly fine. Ashes is open world. You're going to have those random encounters, but if you're going to try to get a narrative done between within your guild or between another guild, it has to have some level of structure, so that way you can get a conclusion at the end of the story. Beyond that, I think if people don't want a PvP with their RP encounters, that's cool too. Hopefully Ashes will have dice involved and allow those people to do that as well. But overall, I'm totally on board with the RP PvP.
Perfect. Awesome. All right, we're going to go ahead and have Daedalus ask his question.
Sure. So my question is, what do you do to establish an emotional connection to your character as you build them? For example, writing a backstory, or how do you establish an emotional connection when you play them in a role-play setting? So I'll answer it, and then I'll hand it off to my panelists here. I know just from their discussion that there's a few theater nerds out there, but I remember from my college days studying acting, and it was the most fun I've ever had, especially learning about Stanislavski, who is the father of method acting, to briefly describe, you use personal connections to emotions in real life to fuel what your character may be feeling. For example, perhaps you're experienced a tragedy in game that was the loss of a beloved companion. You might use a memory of a personal loss in the real world to tap into how your character might feel or act in that situation. So that's, some of what I do for connection. And also with backstories, I also like, using, childhood, situations or memories, relationships, or other situations that really help define why my character behaves the way they do to make a really detailed backstory.
All right, Avi.
See, what do you do to establish an emotional connection to your character? First of all, what I suggest is just don't be too serious about it. Be lighthearted, be playful with it. Being too serious is probably the biggest killer in roleplay. If you get too serious, you're pissing other players off. You're making other people mad. You're being toxic. Just be lighthearted, and just go with it. But let's see. When I was writing my backstories, I had a lot of fun. That's what connected me to it. You do get connected to the character this way, and you can actually have no problem role-playing it as it's second nature to you if you spend some time with it. I love to role-play banter, keep it light. Do not let it get stale. If the conversation is going away and it's getting kind of boring, just go do something else, go quest. That's basically it. Just have fun with it and be connected that way. That's how as you're growing with your character, you just you start getting emotional. You are your character. That's it.
All right, Des?
Yeah, so when I write a backstory for a character, I try and figure out what their mindset, their motivations are. Try to fit like how they came into the world, what they've been taught. I also take a little bit of myself, a piece of my personality, not necessarily just myself, but like just a piece, and blow it up. Just go full into it. Usually it's some sort of firm ideological pillar, and see how that interacts with the world around it.
Exile?
Sure.
Good to meet.
This is it's a really cool topic, and I'm so happy that it was asked as a question for this. I look forward to maybe going into a bit more, maybe later on, even outside the stream. I'd love to talk with you guys about it. Making a character is such a baseline, foundational thing that you can do when you're role playing. I think the best way to create that connection is, first of all, making the background relatable. Maybe your character has something that you connect with personally. Maybe it's a dream they're chasing. Maybe there's running from something. Maybe there's a struggle that you can understand. Even in a world of fantasy, emotions like love, loss, ambition, these are all things that we all know about, what we all feel. So these are really easy things to relate to. Making smaller stories, I feel like people get too focused on the overarching message of their character or the themes of their character, and sometimes it's the smaller moments that really make the biggest difference and what people remember most. No one's life is a non-stop action movie, I mean, unless you're Tom Cruise, but you just focus on those smaller moments, those smaller set pieces where yeah, always right. I think you'll be surprised by how meaningful this can be. Give them some flaws, some weaknesses, some things they want versus some things they need. What have those clash? And I think, making sure you know that your character's not always going to act logically. So, yeah.
Yeah, I'm kind of on the same side with Dez on this one, where I take a certain aspect of myself and kind of blow it up. It just kind of helps me feel related to that character. It kind of makes me feel as if I'm actually putting myself in the setting. One of the things I learned with pro wrestling is that you come up with this character, and naturally over time, as you're performing, as you react to certain things, or winning a match or something like that, things will naturally kind of like unlock for your character. Things kind of become story as you build up to it. So for me to start, I just take something about myself that I would like to see play out, and then kind of just start with an almost empty slate, other than the original influence, essentially, and then just go from there. Because if you go in completely scripted, it doesn't feel enjoyable, because you're not discovering anything. You're kind of like, in my opinion, you're kind of shutting yourself off if you kind of have a complete script for your character, and whatever. And everyone plays their own different way. So but that's basically, for me, that's my emotional connection. I just find something I like, throw it in the character, and see how it develops.
Yeah, kind of going off what Exile said earlier, creating a character is probably one of my favorite parts about the entire RP experience. You really can inject a lot of yourself. For me, it's typically life experience and things that have happened. But even before that, it really starts with a race and the lore behind that race. That's typically how I base. It's the foundation for me. And if it's something I can relate to, then I definitely can go all in on it. Typically, for me, it's a dwarf or a human. And so from there, then I just pull from life experiences.
Yeah, for me, I guess it depends on like what I'm trying to accomplish. Am I trying to accomplish like self-improvement? Am I trying to accomplish having a fun time, creating a fun character? Would I like to explore something in somebody else's shoes? It really varies for me when I decide to go into making a character. So whatever my intention is kind of like where I'll start. I tend to like stories with like a hero or like an anti-hero, and I like to view things from certain perspectives or something like that. And I will go into like, how did this character become this way? How did this person end up in the situation that they are, where they are going on an adventure and making this like grand journey or whatever? Or how did this silly character stumble into a absolute mess of just heroes and stuff like that, and he has to figure out what he's doing? So these are the types of questions I ask myself when I am creating a character. So like, I just don't know whether I should start with like the intention, or like just kind of like having fun with everything. So that's kind of how I start my characters.
Yeah, I like to immerse myself in the world's lore. I think understanding the lore, the race that you're going to be playing, those are really good foundational cornerstones to start building your character from. I also like to have drawn real life references and experiences. So I'm playing a Pyre. We know that the Pyre are themed after the Navajo. So for me, I did a lot of research on Navajo culture and everything like that. So that way, while I'm role playing, I'm akin to what that culture's like, but I also make sure that my character's flexible to the lore that we're going to learn about. So yes, for me, it's important that I feel grounded, connected to the world, that I feel a connection between, the places that my character is going to be visiting, the people they're going to interact. I don't ever have a full backstory created for my character. I let that get developed as I'm experiencing the role play with others. And I actually build backwards as I'm building forward, so that way I understand where I came from and where I'm going. I also feel like it's super important to know whether your character is going to be a support character or a lead. And for me, I like to be the support character, so I like to support other people's characters while they're developing theirs.
Tech, if you can introduce the next one, I'm getting the pull together.
Gotcha. Sounds good. Well, thank you everybody for all of that, all of your input. Glorious conversation so far. Enough to the point where you viewers did not see this happen, but there was a vote going on which of these 3 topics that they have spoken about in the past few minutes they wanted to cover in more depth, and that last question happened to be it. Well, what we're going to be doing now is setting up a 10-minute open discussion This means that they're going to be talking about that question until they talk it to death, or we move on after that 10 minutes. If they talk it to death, then we'll grab a second question. But I suppose to start it all off, let's go. Whoever wants to start talking first. Who was the first person to vote?
Yeah, I think it was actually Lloyd that was the first one to vote. But also
All right.
for those of you in chat, I put out your question. So please go vote in your poll that ends in 10 minutes.
All right, then Lloyd, start us off. We got a 10-minute timer, no individual timers. Please, everybody, just take your turns, take your time, and be respectful. Let everyone get in a word or two.
Yeah, I had a couple of things I wanted to talk about based on what everybody else was saying, which is basically one, studying like the races lore and like how the developers like put their culture into them. I thought was like a really interesting perspective. It definitely changes like how my character would act in the world if I pick a certain race and they're from a certain region or something like that. Like that does impact my character's environment and how he perceives the world. So I think that's a really interesting like way to like do like your research and be like, oh, did my character actually agree with their values or their traditions or something like that or not? And I think that's a pretty cool way to start exploring your character as well. I know Exile also had sent me a bunch of like questions to ask about my character in general, like Lloyd for Ashes of Creation. And there was a lot of like just simple questions, but it definitely puts you in the mind of like your character. So I definitely want him to kind of like explain a bit more about that here in this section as well.
Let me actually see if I have that document I sent you so I can reference it, because I'm sorry, I wasn't prepared for that.
No, you're good.
Nihili, I definitely feel the super research that you went through on the Navajo stuff. I was doing that a bit myself, going for our guild lore with the Empyrean and the Pyrite together, working together, and how that dynamic actually still would work going into the future where we're at when we come out of the gates and stuff.
Yeah, I feel like we just don't have enough lore to like really, jump into it. So those real life references are probably a good starting point to like, hey, I'm going to lean in on this Roman gecko thing that they said that the Empyreans follow, or the Pyre with the Navajo. So I think that's a good platform.
Jibs, do your Loreforge guys know about that stuff? Like, do they talk about like the cultural differences between the races?
Oh yeah, they've made a lot of videos on that stuff.
Oh,
I know
yeah.
Cash has. He's generally into that.
Yeah.
They've all really kind of jumped in, and especially behind the scenes, that's one thing we do talk about a lot is the things that we resonate with. I always lean towards dwarves because I love Dane and I love The Hobbit and I love Lord of the Rings, and so just those vibes and those attitudes and the pride and things that they have are things that I resonate with me with my own emotions and things. And so that is definitely something that we look at, and again for us it's kind of like the caffeine in the coffee, I guess, for us. Like when you're starting off creating a character with that race, it just means so much, because then it gives you so many cues. Like, okay, is my person gonna be someone who follows that tradition, or are they like a renegade that was kind of cast out? Like, it just gives you just that great foundation that you can really kind of like Lego build your character from. So it's yeah, we definitely do that. Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm a dwarven appreciator. I'm not a dwarven player usually, but Baruch Kazad.
Man.
Kazad Emenu. Yeah.
Absolutely. Oh, I love it, man.
Sorry, I cut you off, Daedalus. What were you gonna say?
No, that's quite all right. Quite all right, Lloyd.
All right.
No, that's quite all right, guys. Hey, we're all excited about this topic. So, like, I agree. One of the things that really made me think about branching out, because I'm normally playing human characters. When I first heard about Ashes of Creation, and when Steven talked about how he was really modeling some of these races, etc., it just really got me even more into learning about these other cultures. So Haley, what you're doing is like fantastic. It now makes me excited. I need to do more of that so I can understand and be grounded in my character. And as I start building other characters over time, like how are they going to react? What is their culture? How is their culture going to shape them? Because that, as much as anything, is a great part of the background, is how you grew up, what are your traditions, and so on.
I will say the cool thing about that is that, like, as you play more characters and get into the researching of other races, you can start to formulate your earlier characters' opinions a bit more over time. So you kind of get that development of your own characters from early on by playing more of them.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
And the crazy part is that when you're doing that, then you find yourself wrapping yourself more in the lore of the game and more of the world, and it's just this dark rabbit hole that you never come out of.
I've been living in the lore of the Fall recently. It's been so much fun.
Yeah.
Same.
Well, that's what I've been doing. I'm based off of King Atrax, so I'll be a disciple of Atrax.
Let's go.
And they're looking for immortality, basically. And so that's why I want to be a necromancer so bad. And I wish there was more options to become that instead of just like pigeonholed into an augment. But I'm sure there'll be some way to get to that point. I'm not sure which race I want yet to use that, but
Yeah.
But that's kind of my direction. I've always liked the Lich, and for the feeling part of the character, I've always been the character that with conflicting emotions. Like with the Lich, he's cursed. He may not start out to be evil, but like I've played characters where the Lich is looking to redeem himself, but he has this curse where he has to like go out and do bad things, but he's looking for an answer to cure that. So it's an internal struggle most of the time for the characters I play, and that's what I feed off of.
Love that.
Yeah, I love it.
I was able to find that list, by the way, that I sent over to Lloyd, and just questions that are almost like everyday questions you would talk with your friends about, like, are you a dog person? Are you a cat person? What's your biggest pet peeve about people when you meet them? Have you ever had your heart broken? Are you a good liar? Do you believe in destiny? Like these sorts of things that sort of would drive your character's motivations, but they're also a little bit more closer to home. Can you cook, or are you really like a terrible cook? I like the idea that it would bleed in, by the way, to like necromancy. Like if you're a bad cook, what does that mean for your necromancy summoning rituals?
Right.
Did you have to grow up too fast? Did you get put through a lot of things in your life that kind of forced you to mature a little bit faster, or maybe not as much? And how does that affect your vocabulary? How do you talk to people if you haven't matured? Do you like being the center of attention? Do you hate it? Like these are sorts of things that can kind of get you into that mindset of, okay, I'm playing a character now, let's get in character. That's kind of the message. Just get in character.
Yeah.
Right.
Ezekiel, do you think about like cultural differences or anything like that when you're creating your character, or do you just kind of go for it?
So for the most part, I typically go like the human route, kind of like what Daedalus was saying. But this time, I'm actually very interested in the Renkai. I think I might be the only Renkai person here, maybe. I grew up doing martial arts, so like that kind of helped, with that aspect, because the Renkai very much has that like Asiatic, like flair, like Orient Asia with like the architecture and stuff like that. And the Renkai is also the big race. There's a big meaty race. I'm a big meaty dude. I'm 6'5", I weigh 260 pounds. So like it's kind of. I don't know, like normally I play humans, but in this game, I just, the combination of the big meaty guy with the the like for, Asian culture kind of deal kind of is drawing me into that personally. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I can kind of agree like that. As a human player, I like to, kind of portray myself in games because I like to do that, but like give my character a different story. But I love the aesthetic of the Renkai. I think it's so sick. I just hate playing orcs, so it makes me feel a little upset I can't have the orc aesthetic, but you give and take.
To quote one of our guild members today, "Dost thou even hoist?"
Oh
Shout out
boy.
to Tread.
I really like that. I actually, if it's okay, I want to add in a little bit of my history with roleplay.
Do it.
I've done it for about 15 years, and I actually started role-playing because I was trying to pass my English spelling quizzes. So I would purposefully use the like random words that we had to learn how to spell and like their definitions in my roleplay. And then I eventually just became this thing that I just became in love with. It's mainly text-based roleplay, but I really
That's awesome.
ended up finding connection and friendship with that. It was really cool to be a part of that.
I will say,
That's an interesting way to learn.
Different world.
Yeah, it is. And to speak to Nihili's thing, because I've been actually joining Nihili and Gilded House a little bit with their roleplay. I've been roleplaying Aurelia with them, so been very fun.
That's awesome.
But you guys,
That's fantastic.
we have our stuff. We have our stuff from our viewers.
Oh boy.
All right.
And so I think Vertek, you and I will go back and forth asking these questions. I can also put them in text format if that's easier on you.
Oh, I already got them. They're already
Okay,
sitting
cool,
up there.
cool.
And first one is live.
All right. The first one
just
is
to
from. Oh.
Describe this real quick, just so everybody knows what's going on here. We got a 22-minute, because we've reclaimed some time since people were nice and short in their individual one-off answers. So we got about 22 minutes here for open conversation, just like we did the last 10. If conversation falls off, we'll move on to the next question.
Thank you. I forgot about that part. I'm
That's
over here
good.
getting all excited. So the first one is from Ludaloo, who asks, what are your plans for when your roleplay gets interrupted by PvPers and PKers? And for those of you that know World of Warcraft, there's that infamous scene where they were trying to host an in-game roleplay event for a funeral, and it was massacred. So, yes.
They needed a lot more funerals after that one, let me tell you that.
The keeper was just like, dang it.
Oh.
Oof.
Yeah.
Like, clock out.
Well, that's going to happen all the time, though, especially in a PvP game like we're in. And it's important that you just stay in character, I think, when that happens. I think that to show them that they're not going to affect you or break you out of character, that you just have a position that you're not going to let people just ruin your game. And maybe eventually you can be friends with these people and they might, just overlook you sometimes, instead of just like going out and just needlessly not, just randomly killing. But I think corruption will have a lot to play in that too, because we will be in guild wars. I don't know if that flags outside of your guilds when you have guild wars, but it should be just like, for roleplay PvP, you should be just flagged to each other. You shouldn't be flagged for the entire world. So I think if they did that, they'd be flagged with corruption, personally, in Ashes.
I have a joking non-answer, but you could just turn their attack into part of the RP. Like, yes, another assassin sent from the king to stop me from reclaiming my throne. You'll have to try harder than that. It's not griefing if it's plot development.
Yeah, this is true.
Well, in a PvP game, there is no griefing, really. I mean, your options are to kill them back. That's
Kill them or
what
run.
it is.
It's pretty much it. That's all you got.
Yeah.
I mean, that
We
is
don't
one
run.
of those epic moments in MMO history, and poor planning on the defense of that memorial. Like, that's a lesson to go into the future with.
Yeah, I mean, I put a lot of thought into that too, because I'm a heavy role player, and in other games I've played recently, there's no threat of PvP interference, right? But you have a ton of trolls that tend to want to ruin your social events and try to egg you on. So I'm agreeing with AV there, like, yeah, just let them troll, let them do their thing. But in the reverse, I'm a PvPer at heart too, and if they're gonna fight me while I'm RPing, we're gonna drive them off, and then I'm gonna go back to my role play. That's exactly what's gonna happen.
Yeah, so in pro wrestling, we actually have a term called kayfabe, and that's where you stay in character. You know, if you go out and like sign autographs or things like that, like you don't break kayfabe. It doesn't matter what the people say to you, a troll yell obscenities to you. You stay as your character. So that's how I would do it if I was role playing and somebody came up to do some PvP. I would just stay, and Ashes is going to have some really cool like non-grieving tools, to like, try to prevent that person from constantly being a hassle for you. So yeah, just keep the kayfabe alive, man.
I have a lot of friends who are into cosplay, and obviously they deal with that same sort of harassment in the real world, which is obviously it's unfortunate that it happens, but it does. And I will say one of the benefits of it happening in Ashes is that you can beat them up if they do that. So at least in Ashes we can take it to them.
I mean, they're just bringing the content to you.
Free content.
I played Tibia, and that's pretty much like a full PvP, full loot drop type of game as well. And I think this is probably where Ashes is lacking, but there are very, very few safe zones, but there are safe zones. So there's the temple, you have like a little church where people can get married and stuff like that, and then you have like your bank space, and like that's where most people do like their trading and mail stuff. So I think maybe there could be specific safe zones inside of a node that could limit stuff like that, but ultimately there's consequences for everybody's actions, whether you're a griefer or not,
right?
People are going to kill each other. It's going to happen, and you can fight each other whenever, wherever, for the most part at the moment. So I'm really excited to see what drama comes out of stuff like this. I'm not really excited to see the griefers, obviously, but because the corruption system exists and stuff like that, I actually feel the world will be relatively safe, just because consequences matter. And if you don't make consequences matter, then you're gonna get games like WoW, where you can just grief people in the open world and be like, haha, yeah, I lost nothing for dying except for my time. That's it.
And then what happens because of that is people get tired of getting griefed, and all of a sudden you have like 96, 97% of one faction on the server.
Yep. It's awful. It is awful.
Man, hate factions.
Or it's like with back in SWTOR when they entered the Gree event, it becomes a thing that unifies the server against those griefers.
Yep.
Right.
I had
two hunts, man.
I'm sorry.
I was just gonna say, like, I had people literally lose all of their levels from griefing, and that was hours upon hours of them not getting it back because they were being a dick. And XP debt will make people lose hours and hours. So I don't think there's anything to really be like, yeah, you might have your one-off, but then you just get payback, and that person probably feels shitty about griefing.
We might have to look out for, and I don't know if there's a mechanic for it or not, but just them standing there and just like jumping up and down in front of you, like when you guys are trying to roleplay, and just being a general annoyance, and in big groups, not hitting you, not doing anything, but being annoying. And that might be kind of difficult to deal with. I mean, they can just go on for hours, just like jumping,
Right.
I don't know.
Pause the recording, kill them, move on.
Yeah.
Those are the people you ignore for sure.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's worth the corruption score.
Yeah. I look forward to seeing how the corruption system, kind of what people were already saying, how the corruption system really plays into this. And because when you talk about other MMOs like Warcraft, with the funeral scene, infamous but also hilarious. So it's like those are the things you want to avoid, right? Especially when it's something that's sentimental and means a lot to the guild. So yeah, I look forward to seeing how the corruption system deters a lot of that. If that really, when you're talking losing hours and hours of gameplay, like how will, granted, it'll have to be tuned correctly, right? From a balance standpoint when it comes to that system, corruption system specifically. So yeah, I'm really intrigued to see how Ashes handles that with all the systems they have in place.
There's also that social consequence too, right? Besides just the corruption system, if people nag a certain group too many times, they're going to get a bad reputation. So bring it on.
Yeah, you could add a blacklist. Oh, you're not coming on this raid.
Oh,
Exactly.
you
And-
needed that specific piece of gear that only we can make? Oh, sorry.
And
Yeah.
there's bounty hunters too. Remember?
Yeah.
That's true. Sick 'em, boys.
Yeah, I mean, I think you guys have said it already, but it's like a lot of people don't realize how much reputation matters in a PvX sandbox game. People have been used to mainstream WoW, where there's some of that, but not really. I mean, you can definitely like get around that in those type of games. When you have this type of localization and specialization, you burn bridges. They're not coming back, and you're not going to be able to really kind of function more efficiently if you continue to do that. And obviously there's the consequence of corruption too, and experience debt that's going to come into play. But as far as somebody coming in and interrupting, I agree, like with what the panelists have said. Ignore them, or if all else fails, murder is also an option. So yeah,
Murder, death, kill.
That's right.
Also, just generally sticking together with other players. I mean, it encourages social play. I mean, if you know that there's an opportunity for gankers or whatever, you could literally just say, well, let's go out and RP together as a group. Even if we're not, all doing the same thing at the same time, maybe we're in the same area, So, I mean, there's some ways to avoid that.
I'll say this as my last thing on this topic really is griefers usually are individuals, and once it becomes a multi-person like group type of thing, then that becomes an event. It's not a grief anymore. It's you are starting war, you are creating content in the world. You are no longer just getting grief. This is something that you and all of your guild or whoever is with, it's an event now. This is a historical date in your guild's history.
And riding on top of that, Lloyd, I don't know. Do you think it's going to be easy to make alts in this game? I mean, how long will the process?
Not really.
Alts. So, what you're saying is that person might not have alts to switch to. So his character in game is going to mean something to him. And if he gets that bad reputation on that one character, he can't just like switch to another alt very easily. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, real life or real world consequences with that.
Bounding off of that point, if somebody gets a corrupted status, it's not like they can just hop on their high level alt and keep griefing you.
Right. And nor would they want to, because what happens when they're griefing? Are they going to risk corruption and then later on they got a scheduled raid to do and they're missing all their experience and they can't go to raid? They have to take all this in consideration, Is the raid
Also,
more
apparently
important?
their combat effectiveness, because that's also a thing that's been talked about, that their stats take a hit.
I think
Yeah.
if you get
Potentially they're
minus 100% XP, you're either super griefing or super like doing something wrong or something stupid. I don't think the corruption system is going to be so unbalanced where it is very easy to get stat dampened. Just as a clarification on that.
Also, they haven't mentioned anything about account-based corruption, I don't think, right? They haven't mentioned that at all.
I don't think so.
I noticed that.
No, I don't know.
But
I know there was
Nope.
discussion on the forums, but I don't know if the dev team has talked about it.
I mean,
I don't
maybe if they
think,
get enough
account
reports, I don't
corruption.
know.
I don't think it's account corruption, but you're still tied to the same node as all your characters.
I think it's going to kind of become like
Interesting.
Minecraft. You don't bring the diamond armor into certain places.
There you go, right there. Yep.
feel like- If you guys are good with it, I feel like this leads really well into what Anduin asked.
I agree.
Ooh.
Protect, do you want to read that? Oh, you're muted. Sorry.
Yeah, you go ahead and read it while I get it set up
Okay.
into the OBS.
No problem. So Anduin asks, how will your character approach conflict within the world? And this is
On
again
like a-
open.
On like a macro level, I'm confused as to the...
How would your
Um,
character individually respond to
Axe.
conflict?
Definitely
Like
with
whether. There you go.
Rallying the
Uh,
troops, get
as a
everybody together, community build, and go take it out.
Content conflict, or is it like just RP conflict?
That's
Could
what I
be
was
both.
wondering.
I
I don't
think
know if
Uh,
we still have the chat.
I will
Yeah,
update if Anduin updates, but
Yeah, I was gonna
for
say
now,
if-
we got what we got. I'm sorry.
The way that
Sure.
I took it was like, how does my character in character deal with the concept of conflict on like a broad sense? Like, do they look for it, or do they flee from it, or do they try to get out of it? Like, that's the kind of interpretation that I had. And my guy is probably going to either run away or try and influence them into making a mistake or something like that. Is probably my main's going to be, it's going to be his sort of parameter, or his
Exile seduces the dragon.
Hey, like, if I roll in that 20, you know, like, can I? I got the die right here. I can do it. No, that's a D12. Never mind.
Oops.
That only rolls so
8
high.
numbers on that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think my character, he has a very straightforward way of thinking, and has a very morally ambiguous, like, gray, not necessarily because of the Gray Sentinels, but just because I like the morally ambiguous characters. So I like to think of situations in like case by case scenarios. Like, is this person in the right? Are they in the wrong? Is there more nuance to it? What type of conflict resolution do we get on a case by case? And I think that's kind of how I'm going to approach it. Like, if somebody's being a dick, I'm going to kill them. I don't care. If somebody's like doing it for a specific reason, I may let them go, or just keep playing and doing as their own and completely ignore it. I think my character's conflict resolution is going to be very situational, and I think that's fun for me, so that's kind of how I approach that.
Yeah, I agree. I think my reactions will be situational as well. You know, my character is probably leaning more towards like the good versus the gray, but I definitely feel like there might be some level of, let's just say, like deep-seated anger against certain, like, you know, individuals in terms of my backstory that I would want to like play out, where my morals as a character, I mean, I might bend to like get the job done. So I feel like dealing with conflict, for me, for it to be, I think, rewarding from an RP perspective, I like it to be kind of in the moment, improv, dynamic. So I kind of feel like, you know what Lloyd said is that I'll react based on the situation. If I see somebody like, you know, that is grieving somebody else, or, you know, doing something that's, you know, non-towards, I'm gonna jump in. I'm gonna try to help them. I'm gonna, you know, work with my guildmates to band together to go after this person that's doing evil. So like from that perspective, I feel like that's how I would deal with conflict from a character perspective, specifically related to PvP.
I think for me, mine is more along with my goals of my character, which would be like the disciple of Atrax would be, they're looking for these artifacts, such as the one, the dragon egg. You know, they're looking for these artifacts to gather together because they have something to do with immortality, what King Atrax did. So if you get in my way, I'm going to have to deal with you. If you're going to help me, I'll, you know, but I will be diabolical about it. I might not kill you right away. I might not, but I will get to you. It might just be some other way. It'll be interesting.
I'm actually working on a project I think you're really going to enjoy. I'm writing a song about Atrax, so that should be fun for you to see.
Awesome.
Love it. I'll have to send it to your way for sure.
Yeah, me personally, I like doing a lot of. So I have kind of a busy lifestyle, so I don't really get a lot of opportunity to play with a lot of people. So I typically play like the character that's off on the sidelines. You know, you don't really see him, but then he'll like show up and help like during a conflict kind of deal. I do a lot of PvP in the open world zone in Elder Scrolls Online, and I just can never find a group to join. So I just like run around and I'll find a fight and just jump into the fight kind of deal. And I always play like more of like support base, you know, kind of like frontline support fighter type. So that's kind of where I'm gonna be at. You know, playing a
Mercenary.
Yeah, in a sense, but not really. Like, I don't know, like I'll have my oh God, what do you call it? You know, like my friends and everything like that I'll jump in for. If I see like 3 people getting jumped by 10 people, then I'm obviously going to join the 10 people because I would get my butt beat if I was with the 3. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, actually, Anduin made a good point. You know, we need good villains.
Yeah, that's also kind of what I mean, like morally ambiguous, where like what I'm doing may not be the right thing. It may not be always the good act, but it will, for the betterment of either the realm or for my people or something like that, I will look like the villain to other people, and I'm not afraid of it. But I will always follow the philosophy of my character.
Hero of their own story.
All right. Yeah, the same with me. When I roleplay my character, I don't think I'm the villain, but everybody looking at me, I would be the villain because I'm doing awful things out there in the world. But like I explained a little bit ago, it's because of my internal conflict, and I'm trying to do better. I'm trying to be better, but I have to go out and do evil until I can break this curse. So
AV is the D&D player that says it's what my character would do.
Right. Why not?
Can I get in on this before anybody else does, by the way? Can I please roleplay as like you're like familiar or something at some point? Like some like weird impish creature that follows you around.
Yeah,
I'll be your Igor.
That'd be great.
Smash that.
That's
the
amazing.
We'll talk about
conscience
it.
on
We'll
the
talk
shoulder.
about it.
I really like a diplomatic play, but aggressive negotiations is definitely on the table, and sometimes you do have to dip into that moral ambiguity.
Yeah. I think that's for me at my heart is 2 things, lore and PvP. So I'm the leader of the PvP branch, the Warborn over at the Black Talon. And so for us, it's like we're always ready to go. And so the idea of handling conflict, it's, you know, summoning the troops and making the call and always handling it. I think that's that, you know, kind of going back to Lloyd, what you were talking about earlier, how things turn from griefing to events. And, you know, in a game that's as massive and as vast as Ashes of Creation is, you know, preparing itself to be, it leaves opportunity for large events like that and seeing things probably we haven't really seen for a while, if at all, in MMOs lately. So, yeah.
Creating conflict is another thing to do. You know, it's kind of one of the topics we did with the roleplay PvP. We would structure it, you know, when we get together and do these scenarios, we would have scenarios like, okay, the princess gets kidnapped from this town and we have to go rescue the princess. And there would be actually a player playing the princess in like a cage, and we'd have to fight our way into there and rescue her. Now, we wouldn't always win. It wasn't the outcome wasn't always scripted, but she might have to stay there another day or 2 till she gets out. I don't know. But you create conflict through dialogue, you know, and then it's fun.
Yeah.
Just imagine you're the princess and you're stuck there for 2 days. Sorry, you can't play.
That's
with
what
us.
I was
You're
thinking.
in the-
That's
you're in the
literally
game.
what I was thinking.
I thought you were going a different direction. I thought you were saying like, oh, you're role playing this, whatever, and then we show up like, ugh.
Oh.
So your
Actually,
princess
leave
is
me
in
in the
another
game.
castle.
I'm good where I am. No.
Oh boy.
Oh my
We have
goodness,
about
golly.
30 seconds. Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead and just kill this timer here.
Yeah.
So now we are going to go and take a 10-minute break, everybody, just to give everyone a chance to go ahead and stretch legs, refill waters, because there's been a whole lot of talking so far, so make sure you water up. You're going to need it. We got basically a mirror of exactly what we've done so far. One more time coming up. So, yeah, I love that, Ezekiel. Giant picture right next to you. That's fantastic.
Oh my gosh.
So yeah, be ready to buckle up for a second section, and we'll see you then.
In the
Till then,
meantime, if you have any questions for our guests, the thing should be back open for you to submit your question.
Yep.
And the bot will take care of it and put it right into a nice, tidy little text file for us that will allow us to make a poll again later, much easier. So also welcome in. Planendorf wants to know what's in the picture, though.
Rum.
Who knows?
Why is the rum gone?
Yeah.
But why is the
Would
rum
you
gone?
like to know?
The good
Hold on.
stuff.
The
Alrighty,
bot,
folks.
I'm sorry. When I smile, I say things weird. Be nice.
Oh my
But
goodness.
we will see you in about 10 minutes. Make sure you grab a nom, get some water, and stretch your legs. We'll be back for another section soon.
Shall we return? Bye.
Bye. For now.
When the gods first gave us life, they also gave us Vera, our home, our sanctuary. Until the Harbingers appeared in the night and brought corruption into our world. Neither spell nor blade could stop them, until only ruins remained. But at long last, we have returned. And this time, we bring the fight to them. Register now.
How would crafting gear compare to like that of
crafted gear in the game is the best gear. I'll be less inflammatory in my speech. Crafters make the best shit and best things. I apologize, everybody.
You got a good long life.
You did have a good long life.
Happy life on the farm, and now...
Oh, God, let's see. And remember, this is a work in progress. This is something that we are still expanding upon, something that we are still improving. It is never truly finished, but of course, it is getting close to Alpha 2 ready.
In the heart of our mountain home, legends were forged in fire and stone. But now, Vera awaits, where every hero's journey begins anew. Craft your destiny, conquer mighty beasts, and shape the world as you see fit.
Let's open in 3, 2, 1.
Join us, Kindfolk, in a realm where your choices echo through eternity. In the ashes of creation, our saga begins. Will you answer the call?
I also am like, just put that somewhere else so I can watch it, because I really just want to play.
Dwarves! Are you or someone you know bored with modern video games? Do you spend hours dredging through the pits of Steam looking to fill your needs as a gamer? You could be suffering from a brand new affliction called loop fatigue. Symptoms of loop fatigue include hostility, depression, agitation, overeating, hallucinations, or any other signs of mental insanity like reactivating your World of Warcraft account for the 14th time. Some gamers suffering from loop fatigue would rather do real-life chores like mowing the lawn, washing the car, or God forbid, cleaning their room, rather than doing even one more daily quest. Loop fatigue can be devastating to your gaming career, but there is hope. World-renowned businessman, video game developer, and of course medical professional Dr. Stephen Sharif and his intrepid team are developing a cure. Known mostly by its street name Ashes, you'll wake up every day excited by the prospect of hours of gameplay free from the dreaded end-game loop. With its patented breakthrough formula and all-new proprietary ingredient called Nodes, you're guaranteed to give Ashes a thumbs up. Possible side effects of Ashes include long gaming sessions, restless leg syndrome, neglected children, extreme fun, carpal tunnel syndrome, sexually frustrated spouses, skyrocketing electric bills, broken homes, bed sores, and a good time. If you experience an erection lasting more than 4 hours while on Ashes, do not call a doctor, as this is proof the product is working.
When the gods first gave us life, they also gave us Vera, our home, our sanctuary. Until the Harbingers appeared in the night and brought corruption into our world. Neither spell nor blade could stop them, until only ruins remained. But at long last, we have returned. And this time, we bring the fight to them. Register now.
How would crafting gear compare to like that of
crafted gear in the game is the best gear. I'll be less inflammatory in my speech. Crafters make the best shit and best things.
Long life.
You did have a good long life.
Happy life on the farm, and now...
Oh, God, listen. And remember, this is a work in progress. This is something that we are still expanding upon, something that we are still improving. It is never truly finished, but of course, it is getting close to Alpha 2 ready.
In the heart of our mountain home, legends were forged in fire and stone. But now, Vera awaits, where every hero's journey begins anew. Craft your destiny, conquer mighty beasts, and shape the world as you see fit.
Let's open in 3, 2, 1.
Join us, kinfolk, in a realm where your choices echo through eternity. In the ashes of creation, our saga begins. Will you answer the call?
I also am like, just put that somewhere else so I can watch it because I really just want to play.
No, that's fine.
Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back to the summit. As we mentioned earlier, this is going to be basically a repeat, a mirror of what we had been doing prior to the break there. So you should already be familiar with how everything is going to be going. Now, first question is going to be from Sir Jibbs of Loreforgeburg.
Oh, we have a city name now. Cool. All right. So with Ashes being so large and as vast as it is, my question was, how do you think the dynamic world of Ashes of Creation will impact role-playing opportunities? And Mike, I guess I'll go ahead and start with an answer. And so for me, I think it's going to be different per server because of the way that the servers will develop individually with the different way these nodes are going to open up. And like we've seen it on developer updates before when we watched the Tower of Carfin affect this area that they were in. I forget, I think it was the Goblin dev update. I'm not for sure, but right at the very end, you watch this tree, it just like turned to this kind of like black shadow mist that was kind of going all around it. So those are the kinds of things to me, those dynamic events, I think that probably where we'll see Ashes really shine with RP.
Right. Maybe.
Well, yeah, the lore is very, very important to me. That's basically my whole guild is based off of like Atrax again. We don't have as much as I'd like for the lore right now, but
the dynamicism of the world.
Yeah. Lore is very important to me as I base my roleplay off King Atrax, the first Lich in Vera. He's the cause of the undead that roam Vera.
Question before.
Yeah.
It's about the dynamic world. The lore is coming. Don't worry. It's on its way.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm messing up. My time's up almost anyways. Well, I got 50 seconds left, I guess. So this is Jibbs. How important is the lore of the Ashes creation to your role-playing?
Dynamic world. The dynamic world, how it changes.
I don't know. Oh, there it is. I'm sorry. I think it could be very impactful. I wish I knew more about what they have planned for roleplay tools and whatnot. The capabilities are there for really in-depth toolkits for roleplay, such as proximity speech, tavern games, and emotes. I think the hardest part will be fitting into the world for general roleplay, as this will be varied mixture of people to interact with. Now, that's what we discussed earlier with like the PvP and stuff like that. So that's the problem we'll have with it. But I think it could be very impactful. Yeah.
All right. Like from my perspective, I think the dynamic world is going to really provide a wealth of material. I think, as mentioned before, different servers are going to have different experiences, and I think that's going to definitely, along with just how your server evolves, keep things from stagnating for sure. I mean, a lot of us are really used to theme park MMOs. I think with like a sandbox, really player agency driven world, I hope they really nail that, because it's going to do wonders to really help things become more personal, as like having a personal story and your connection to the world versus like these kind of like hero tropes that we're continuing to see, that like you're like the hero of the world, you're the champion, blah blah blah. I mean, that gets old quick. Being able to like band together and really build communities and react to what's happening in the world, I think is going to be, you know, super important. And I think it's going to really make role playing even that much more fun to do, because it's a lot more, let's just say, unpredictable than it would be in, you know, your normal world, right? So I think it's going to give us a lot of opportunities that we didn't have previously.
So I think the dynamic world is going to affect a lot of things. First, the scenery that you see in the world, just the seasons by themselves will affect how your stories go. But then, as world factions change and how you interact with that environment is gonna force changes through mechanics. Node wars, sieges, guild wars, they're gonna change those narratives immensely. Suddenly, someone might usurp Sunny the mayor and instead install a warlord orc somehow. That's really going to change things in a different direction. I'm watching you. Watch out! The elves will be helping that Sunny there for mayor.
Heck yeah. All right. Sure. I mean, took the words right out of my mouth when it comes to environmental stuff and seasonal changes. I think dynamic weather and the season system that they showed off provides a great shifting backdrop for storytelling. You could even just take like a regular NPC, you know, like a NPC as like a farmer or, you know, a winemaker. What season of it is it? Like, you know, what are you harvesting at this point of the year? What are you planting? Like very simple things that can just be incorporated with roleplay for sure. Perhaps if you're an explorer, maybe traveling longer distances in character is going to be a lot more difficult for you. So how do you navigate those challenges? I know we got our resident ranger up here, you know, I don't know if I'm putting it to him on the stream or not, but Daedalus, you know, the idea of traveling over long, vast areas of the world, you know, the world's going to be huge. You have to plan for that stuff, right? You gotta get your supplies together, gotta go to the shop, gotta stock up before you head out. Exploring all these different locations. Again, they're gonna be different on every server, right? All these dungeons, these raids, even just points of interest are gonna probably be affected in some way. So how does that affect, you know, what journey you take? Where do you stop along the way? What town's gonna be there that's not there on some other server? Maybe you stop by, you get into some RP with the townsfolk, learn some stories about what's going on with their town's RP. That leads into political and social roleplay, you know, the alliances, the betrayals, all this stuff, it just comes together and really creates a dynamic way to roleplay.
Yeah, I really like the dynamic systems that they're showing, just because it someone like me who's used to like improv and reactions and stuff like that, it kind of really gets me motivated to, like, you know, think on the spot of, like, you know, let's say somebody does take over a node and it changes to this rule. Am I going to stay there, or am I going to go off and try to find a different place to live? You know, different place to, you know, play, or, you know, whatever. So yeah, just having that opportunity of everything just kind of ever evolving and moving, for me personally, gives me that like satisfaction of like developing as a player and as a character, just because of how many different systems and changes there can be. Your reaction and improv to all of it really is gonna, in my opinion, kind of set the blueprints for your character.
Jibs?
Oh, is that the next question? I'm sorry.
Sorry. No, wait. Did you answer yours already?
Yes,
he did. He did.
Then
Yeah, it's Lloyd.
It was my time lapse. Sorry.
Back to my beer. Go ahead.
Good.
Yeah, I think the dynamic world is really going to change a lot of things. It's going to change things realm by realm. It's going to change things by just events, like mayoral commissions not being done may lead to a goblin invasion. Now you have to RP to that. The story arcs changing could lead you down a different story arc if you're not going through the other things. You're gonna have to react to that as a player and as a guild. how are you going to build up your node? Like, how are you going to interact with this world and PvP caravans and open world PvP? The dynamic world is what creates such a vast opportunity for role players, I think, in Ashes of Creation. There's so many systems that can affect how you play your character and can make role playing probably the most fun it's been in any MMO.
Agreed.
Okay. Yeah, I'm probably going to be mirroring some of the things that's already been said here, but for me, a dynamic world should have an impact on your overall story, whether it's your individual character or your guild's events. It should all play together. It means, for example, if a node, your character has lived and gets attacked and gets taken over, now you're homeless. Like, you have to role play the fact that you don't have a freehold anymore, and you can't just pretend you still have that. You still have to adapt to corruptive states. If corruption, I don't know if corruption actually will grow further in the game or not, but if it does, we're going to have to react to the fact that this place that used to be green is now suddenly corrupted. And the more that you engage with these dynamic systems and the lore that's being created around you, again, it goes back to what we talked about earlier, where you want your character to feel alive in that world, in that moment, and engaging in these dynamic systems will help you ultimately feel like you're part of that world for that 2 or 3 hours that you're role playing. So it's really important that this dynamic system gets folded into the mix.
Yeah, very good answers. All right, Dibs, your second one.
Sure. So, how important is the lore of Ashes of Creation to your role playing, and how do you incorporate it into your gameplay? Well, being that we're from Loreforged, I'll also go ahead and start. Everything. It's everything to us. It's the easy draw is to pull from the world when you're role playing the area you're in. We've seen Riverland so much, and so many amazing locales in that region. So right off the top, pulling from the regions is something that's I love to do and pull into the role play of the conversation. And with having dynamic seasons, I think that leaves a lot of opportunity for role play between players and people who are just meeting, or maybe they're traveling and the seasons are changing. That's a scene right there in itself. And so it's just, I think in this game, when so much of the lore is I don't think it's going to be in your face. I think a lot of this you're going to have to go out and find. I think it leaves a lot of opportunity for organic role play in a good way.
Could I actually make a quick suggestion? Just because the Halley has been at the end of every discussion, maybe we could just go past to the next one. I don't know.
Yeah, we could start this and going back, vice versa, going reverse alphabetical order, starting with Nahili, going backwards. I'll list out the names in the doc there, so it's easy to follow along there too.
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt the flow.
No, it's good. It's a good suggestion, and honestly, I forgot to comment that. I think I even wrote it in the doc too.
But so you'd like me to go first?
Yeah, Nahili, you go first, and then we'll go Lloyd, etc.
Go back up the list. Yep.
So for me, lore does play a crucial role. Definitely my approach to role playing. As it's probably been mentioned numerous times through this whole conversation, lore does serve as a foundation. It's usually where I create, my first steps on creating my character, or when I'm developing anything for the community or for other people. Especially in my community, it's my responsibility to make sure that we're following as much of the lore as we can. It's the backbone of the world. It's providing us context. It's a structure that grounds our characters and stories into something larger than just our character. The lore is bigger than our individual selves. And I think that's really important, because sometimes you get stuck in your head like, I'm on a ship by myself, but you're actually engaged with a whole village that you may not always engage with every person in that village, but eventually you do. I would say lore is the thing that ties us all together as role players. No matter whether you're in an alliance guild or a separate guild, if you run across a role player, that lore is that common thread. It definitely is a very important part to us, and it's essential for creating a cohesive and an immersive experience.
Yeah, so I think lore is not something I consider a ton, but I do keep it in consideration when I'm like creating my character. And for the most part for that, it's because I'm playing as a character entering a world. Like, the world's constrictions are what my character follows, but my character probably doesn't know everything about Vera. He doesn't know everything about Essence or anything like that. He's pretty new coming in from Sanctus to Vera. And while I have my backstory and my certain like character, connections, what's really going to matter is what happens. So the lore is whatever my character discovers for roleplay. And if he doesn't know that, then he doesn't know that. Like, he can't just be like, oh yeah, King Atrax, I know all about that guy. That guy is keeping himself together with corruption because he's just, crazy and cool and stuff like that. I think when it comes from a roleplay perspective, it has to be from my character's knowledge point. And I think that's how I follow the lore when it comes to all that. Although I do love watching all the lore videos and keeping up on that, so that when my character does encounter that in the world, then I as a player know like what my character's decision is going to be.
All right, skipping over Jobs, Ezekiel.
Yeah. I am a fan of, obviously using lore for your character. But one of the things that I personally like too is, typically me, when I make my character, my character's not like this big grand special guy. He's just in a world, right? So I also do like to have a little bit of open agency to like be able to create what you want, just as long as it's kind of within the like restraints of some of the lore. I also like the idea of kind of bending some of the stories of lore, because how like stories are told differently in different regions of the world, so like maybe there is like this this big overarching story about whatever king or whatever wizard, but maybe that's not what really happened, so making a character that has like a little bit of a bend on the lore, just to make it kind of seem a little bit interesting and not like completely confined. I don't know, I find things like that to be a little bit interesting, and I hope that there could be a cool community where they'll allow that, because I've seen a lot of times where somebody will try to do that in another game and they'll just absolutely get obliterated by other role players by saying like, oh, that's not lore accurate, and just like trying to police the entire thing. And I get it to a point, like don't say that you're some descendant of some archmage or something like that, but like if you can have a cool lore based story that's kind of bending maybe the truth a little bit, I think that could be pretty intriguing too.
Definitely agreed to all of that. I think there's definitely room to play with when it comes to lore. Again, that dilution of all this time between leaving Vera and returning to it gives a lot of wiggle room that I don't think people are really acknowledging, because all they're thinking of is getting into Vera, getting into Ashes, the game. And I think there's definitely plenty of room to kind of play with that period of time in between. I think that just magic and religion in general, this has been brought up already, but the idea of magic being foreign to our characters when we come through magical gates is a cool twist. The idea of divine elements that you can draw from lore of gods and magic, incorporating it into your backstory in some way. What sort of encounters would you have had with the divine anyway? And they must have been significant for you to devote your entire life to them. So what was the circumstances there? I think that this was actually brought up by another question later on, so I'm going to kind of hint to it at that. But the idea that that GMs could sort of facilitate our interactions with divine power would be a cool little twist. I think that players discovering the lore that was pre-written into the Fallen Exodus is something that we're all looking forward to for sure. Just learning about all the stuff that came before.
Yeah, I think for me, it's very important, to tie the lore to my role playing. It helps me ground myself and set boundaries that I can play with as the world changes over time. I don't think it would feel as immersive if I couldn't anchor myself with the lore. One component in particular is the deities I'm like most fascinated with. Even more so, like recently, actually, Chibi mentioned to me about Chaos on Netflix, and I actually found some time to start watching that. I'm like, holy crap, this is so great to see these personalities and how they like tie and have like human-like qualities. So I kind of almost project that onto the deities and Ashes of Creation to kind of see those dynamics. So trying to see those dynamics not only impact the deities themselves, but also my relationship to the deities drives the meta dynamics in the game world. So I'm like building my backstory. I'm also fascinated with Sanctus. And so that connection to Vera and exploring that idea of a world without magic, and to like the point made earlier on the show here, like you're discovering magic walking through a magical portal, right? I think Lloyd made a great point there. Now you have all these stories that were just stories to you growing up as a child on Sanctus. Now you're going into a world where these stories are real and you're a part of those stories now. So it's super like rich to be able to connect to that. And I'm definitely want to dive more and more into the lore to continue to build that relationship.
Yeah, real quick, to redirect it to Duz. Also, I just messaged Daedalus out of nowhere asking him if he was a prisoner. I gave no context.
We may or may not
blink twice for it, Daedalus.
Yeah.
We may or may not have accidentally binged that whole show in one sitting.
Yeah, pretty much through almost all of it now.
Yep. All right, Duz, your turn.
So personally, like, lore is extremely important for myself and my characters, and then my guild lore, as it plays a huge part in our story. It defines like the parameters of how our story can evolve before we get more information in the greater lore that we're waiting for. Stephen, please. So we're very lore conscious, and our own origin story actually takes place 80 years before the fall and continues through Sanctus. So that's something we're working on. There definitely is room for bending the lore for creativity. Like you got to have fun with it. And then back to Daedalus's point, we're just discovering magic as we enter the gates. Think about this, like that's for mages and stuff. They're learning from stuff they interact with. Clerics, as soon as you come through the gate, you're directly connected to your patron. Think about that, like just having that slam of knowledge thrown into your brain. That's just really interesting to me.
All right, and Avi.
Ezekiel, I really like your take on that twisting the lore. I can call it flavor if you want, but that's what I like. History is written by the winners, so you don't always know if it's true or not. It's the people who win get to write the books. So I really like that, and that can be built upon. That's very great. Another point I want to make out is that lore is so important. It's not just to me, but I think it's to all of us, because lore is what binds us as role players together. This is our glue. It's a foundation that we all look at and have a tie to. So I think that's the benefit of lore in the game. That's it.
All right, and the final question for this part of it is from Lloyd.
So I asked, for roleplay in MMO, do you prefer following a thematic story with roles and like kind of following it like a D&D game, or would you rather use gameplay as a roleplay loop? Would you rather roleplay or improv whatever is happening? And I'll go ahead and answer after Nahili.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I actually like to use both approaches. I like to think I'm not a one-trick pony when it comes to blending roleplay with mechanics. There's times where you use dice, like combat rules, and other systems that might be appropriate for the moment. But I also believe in embracing, the world itself. If you're going to role play using the world. Use the dungeons, use the landscapes around you. Obviously, in Ashes, that might be a little harder. We have open world PvP, so in instances like role playing in a dungeon might be a little bit of an uphill battle. I like the idea that, you don't always have to use dice. PvP is a great opportunity to get something done quickly and efficiently, as long as it's something that the people in your environment want to do. I think you need to utilize both thematic and PvP rule sets. It just really depends on what you're trying to accomplish during that event or that RP scenario.
Awesome. So I primarily enjoy playing the game because I like to play games. So I don't necessarily like to take time off to do like certain roles or anything like that. What I would like roles to be incorporated as in my type of roleplay would be like character perception. Does my character see this? Like what kind of like abilities and stuff like that. That would be something interesting that I would like to see. And if there's a tool for it in game, that's really cool. If it's player made, sometimes it's hard getting different groups to agree on what rule set you're using. It can get kind of like frustrating, so I don't really like doing it too much. But overall I think mechanics trump narratives. I think if you're trying to create a narrative, it just feels fake or obviously created. It feels like I'm reading a script rather than changing the world. So I don't really enjoy that type of roleplay. I know there are people that do. But yeah, if you were trying to go into a general direction with your guild or something like that, or like react a certain way with an event, I get it. But yeah, my overall thought process is mechanics trumps dice rolling for the most part.
I think for me, I think I'm a little bit the opposite, and mainly because I've only ever known it to be one way, and that's through gameplay. So I think my opinion on this is that I would like to do more roles for at least a season of roleplay, mainly because I've never done it. Like, it's mainly been through gameplay, so I've only seen one side. So I think for me, it's definitely, I'm very intrigued at the idea of roles and just kind of seeing like how that affects roleplay for me, especially as from an improv standpoint. So yeah, I think roles for me.
I'm kind of so I kind of just like to, kind of like play my own thing. One of the things I do like though is like having both systems kind of in there. So in case if, let's say, everyone has an off day, so they don't know what to do next. So using something that is, some mechanic that's from the game that's provided to help, with whatever session that you're doing. Because, sometimes you go and you start playing and you're not feeling that creative. I know sometimes I don't feel witty at all. I lost some words. I don't know what to do. Somebody do it for me, like kind of deal. So I like to try to do things on my own. But then, if the game does provide other mechanics or tools for me to like push through those moments where I'm having the dumb, then I think that's really nice.
I'd say first of all, D&D is not off the table, unintended, but I'd say it's better suited for fewer people. Having run events, RP events in other MMOs. What? I can see what you're doing. Sorry, I got distracted. But having a certain number of people, it kind of lends itself more towards the rolling and the flavor texting and all that stuff. Once you get to a certain threshold, it kind of gets difficult to run. We would have events where we would have like 3-4 GMs kind of running an event together because it was impossible to do otherwise across like a large area. I think some games, they don't handle the player-driven aspect of a game very well. So those games, you do want to have some form of structure to work with, so rolling is useful in those cases. But as from what we've seen from Ashes so far, it seems like that's probably not going to be the case. A lot of social environments, they have things like dice games and card games. That alone is a huge gameplay story hook when it comes to roleplay. You don't have to roll for your dice games anymore. Even just being out and crafting and gathering, caravans, these sorts of things, these gameplay mechanics, they provide the impetus, that Kickstarter to start an event or a way of role-playing that you might not have had in other games. Sieges, arenas, guild wars, they allow for the gameplay to manifest itself in the roleplay loop.
For me, I personally like to use gameplay mechanics to advance stories and roleplay most of the time. I find it easier to bring new players in, people that don't have a whole lot of experience, to kind of get them rolling because they're somewhat familiar with the game mechanics themselves, and bringing them into a story that evolves through that helps them get engaged, and then we can move in for like higher level story making with dice rolls and something that can make like great events within like our own personal guild, maybe even a collaboration. But out in the world, absolutely game mechanics is my number one go-to.
Yeah, I would agree. Game mechanics is probably my go-to as well. I mean, it's good to have a framework, but also, like as it has been said by other panelists, to be able to experiment with it. But there's something to be said for handcraftedness too. I mean, I think it's one of the things that I really like about Ashes is it does give you opportunities to be able to kind of create your own story in the world because of the player agency aspect. So I think that's really important. I mean, there's, nothing like being able to improv in the moment as things happen. It's a really great imaginative exercise to RP as you go with your, in the world and with your character. But I do like maybe more, as kind of Exile mentioned, smaller contained RP. I mean, I'm not necessarily as familiar with like the roles aspect that in a game per se, but having those like small stories are really, really good to be able to kind of maybe touch on a tangent or a thread you really want to build out with your RP group, with your guild.
Yeah, I think gameplay as a roleplay loop is my go-to. We already know the lore and the history. We will be writing the lore and making history from then on. So I don't like advancing the knowledge. We create that through gameplay. Now, on the other aspect, with roleplay PvP, I think that's a little different. You can script that. You can have scenarios with that within the smaller genres, and that would be appropriate there. But for the most part, I think it's all through gameplay, and just you just impromptu with the roleplay and you advance that as it goes.
Alrighty.
Yeah, you got this?
Yeah, I got this so you can get the poll prepped and everything.
Appreciate you. It's out.
All right, beautiful. All right, so it looks like everybody that our guests have voted the first two questions that were asked to talk about. So we'll just go in order of the way they were asked in the first place, yeah? Unless we get a tiebreaker inside our Discord there. While we're waiting on that, let me go ahead and get this time changed up. Save. Here we go. All right. Nope. So, all right. We're going to go ahead and start with.
Sorry, real quick. For those of you trying to do the poll, I need to edit some settings, like when it closes. So give me a second. But go ahead and start us off.
Yeah. So as Chibi was talking, there's going to be another poll going for the viewer suggested questions. We're maintaining what was there. Okay. Ooh. Okay. Let me change that question up now. But yeah, the questions that came up the first section are going to remain in the second poll, and it is going to be presented as the best of. And now it's tied again. You You meanies. You meanies. You
They're just
meanies.
messing with you at this point.
I'll remove my vote. It's fine. It's fine.
But yeah, the viewer questions, the ones we were voted, from the first section were removed. So everything that you did submit first and second section will be combined into one big one. Feel free. You have about 10 minutes while these folks talk. So let me copy this one out here. Final answer. Which is from Jibs. This was your how important is the lore question. And again, this is open chat, so feel free. Ready, set, go, everybody.
With an axe.
Standard answer, of course.
My spear.
Well, let's solve discussion real quick. Next question.
With my life drain.
Yeah, I guess this is how important the lore is. I do think I didn't really get to touch on this, but other people did. Which is Sanctus lore. We know pretty much nothing about Sanctus, right? So pretty much that's our playground at the moment. And I know Grey Sentinels is doing this. I know the Revis Order are doing this. The Gilded House are doing this. We all have like our own like little Sanctus roleplay, little sections that we're doing. Like, how did our character exist before the portals? Like, what were they doing in preparation for that? And how are they entering the world and stuff? So I think that's a really interesting topic to talk about on like, how are you guys like experiencing like Sanctus lore? And like, what is your characters doing when they're like entering through the portals?
I mean, I could speak for like Gilded House, where we've got like we made an island, right? So that way, in case we do something that's not necessarily conducive to Sanctus that comes out later on, we could be like, well, we were on an island, so whatever happened on the island stays on the island.
Campaign.
Yeah, exactly. And we have little counties, we have towns and stuff that we set up. We create all this interconnective lore, but our whole plan is to eventually slowly start building that story to when the game launches. Then it makes sense why our characters who are so connected to Sanctus are deciding to go to Vera, right? Because you have to have a reason to go to Vera. You can't just go, oh, there's a portal. Oh, I'm just going to jump into this crazy hole and see what happens. I could be turned inside out. Like, I think it's important that, you have a good, solid experience on Sanctus for those who are role-playing on there. And just have a realistic perspective. When you go into Vera, it's going to be like scary. You're going to meet Tolnar for your first time. You're going to be like, oh my God, there's monsters walking around that talk. It's like, Lord, what's going on here?
Xenos.
And you're going to have dragons and crap. So yeah, it's very important that you have I don't know, it's just a really cool experience to be role-playing on Sanctus. I encourage everyone to maybe even dip your toes into it a little bit with maybe some of the guilds that Lloyd mentioned. I mean, that's a really good platform. Even if you don't plan on joining them, maybe they'll let you engage with them. That'd be awesome.
You sparked a question in my mind. So if you're in Vera looking at the portal, it's one big portal that you come through. But if you're in Sanctus, what would happen if there was many different portals summoning you to one portal? So to answer your question, you have to choose to go through the portal, or did the portal suck you in?
Probably depends on how close you're standing.
Well, I also imagine that
if there's more than one portal on the Sanctus side, so they opened up next to each person that was from Vera originally or lineage, you get sucked right in.
Yeah, well, I imagine that
Sorry, go ahead.
You are going to be in the game, or the portals are like a way for like players to enter the game, right? So mechanic wise, that's why it exists. Lore wise, you probably have these portals up for long periods of times, and that's why we keep getting new adventures coming into the world of Vera. So they're not disappearing, they're not being summoned by people, they're probably pre-existing on Sanctus as well. But how is there only a one-way ticket? I don't know. I have no idea how that exists.
Considering we can't go there, I mean, it's probably the dead room, like the hidden.
If you
we had some lore on that actually, where the expeditions happen 6 months before we enter.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, they've
That is
scouted.
true.
So
Yeah,
how would you reconcile, like on opening day, everybody appearing at one time? So if Sanctus is a planet or a world, how would everybody be in one spot ready to go through that portal?
Well, one
They've
there's
been
different
prepping for
gates.
6 months.
There's
right?
different gates for when they came in. It
Oh,
came
there's
from
different gates. Okay.
The four major races before the fall, their capital cities, when they were pushed to their singular capital cities as their only refuge, those are the places where the gates opened up. That's why the Talnar went to the underground and they were sealed in there.
Okay.
But I kind of think of it like a sorting hat almost. When you're coming out the gate, you get like a message from the deities, like, where would you like to end up? Would you like to be in your elven homeland, or do you want to be in the dirty human house?
Oh,
On the
well,
plus
hey
side,
there.
there's no grudges that have been held for the past 1,000 years.
Right, exactly. I mean, we had grudges before Sanctus, but then like we all had suffered the same fate. So now those are kind of just what you've dealt with in Sanctus over resources, what kind of battlements you're going to do for that.
Which would lead you to when they left Vera to Sanctus, were they still at war with each other? I mean, how did that interact, and how are they at war on Sanctus with each other without magic?
Yes.
It's been a couple thousand years, or 1,000 years at least, since
Yes and
the
no.
apocalypse,
War
so,
happens
right?
on Sanctus.
Absolutely,
So,
there's absolutely
yeah.
war on there. But there was a council that tried to find a way to fight the corruption as it spread throughout the land, but they lost touch with each other as they got forced into their own singular capital cities.
If I remember
So how
correctly,
important
it
is
also-
lore for your character? It's very important. That's why we're discussing this.
It's true.
So the fall is one of those things that we definitely are doing really huge with our like setup for our guild story.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's
Awesome.
great.
Well, I have a way to tie it back in a way. So we were talking about the corruption and the ways that the universe kind of fell apart. Well, not the universe, but the world fell apart. The reason that it happens is because the corruption corrupts people. It drives them to do things they wouldn't probably normally do. So there's definitely plenty of room for potential in how we kind of like interact with corruption in terms of the lore. So kind of delving more into what the lore means when it comes to corruption on a more realistic level, on a practical level, will kind of inform how our characters would react to it, I'd say.
Mm-hmm.
Think about that first interaction when you like awaken a piece of corruption in the world.
I just see
What
like
is-
the symbiote from Spider-Man
Yeah.
jumps at you.
Well, it's also like essence in itself is like what you're learning, your essence, you're learning the essence of Vera, and doing bad things like killing somebody messes with your newly acquired power. Sounds very familiar to like a warlock patron relationship, like oh, I shouldn't have done that, Mr. Warlock patron, I'm sorry. Hopefully you keep giving me power, type of thing.
Yeah.
Unless you're like King Atrax and you use the corruption.
Yeah.
Right.
One cool thing I think I read about in the lore is the Light Pact, and apparently they're supposed to be like at the entrances of the Vera side. So I'm hoping that they're at the starting zones as like quest givers, kind of like giving you a soft intro to Vera. Because if you read that whole Light Pact section, somewhere down the lines it says something like, and when the Sanctus people come over into Vera, they'll be ready with their books to hand them out and stuff. So I'm hoping that plays into that part.
Handing out pamphlets,
Yeah,
like a
exactly.
clipboard.
These plants are good to eat. These ones are not.
So
I wouldn't touch that one.
By what you just said, handing out books, does that mean there's actual physical books in game? And then that would lead to be able to writing into physical books? I know because in the past, in other games, books, that you can write on and you store in a library, that created a lot of lag eventually because people would store all these stuff in their houses. And so I don't know if that's possible in Vera, but I hope it is. But
I think it was roleplay for quest givers giving you quest notifications.
Okay.
Yeah. Not necessarily actual books.
Well, that'd be cool.
That'd be weird.
I take it as face value.
But I think it was something that I think is cool too, like what somebody said around essence and kind of discovering that and corruption and so on. I think it'd be like really neat to do something similar on your character to what the Old Republic did as you got deeper and deeper into corruption. And I'm not just necessarily talking about PvP corruption, but if you make certain choices in the game to maybe be more corrupted as kind of that connection to the essence, I do feel like it should maybe, you know, affect you physically as well. I thought that was a real cool feature of the Old Republic. So I'd love to see something like that in game as well.
Look more like a drug addict over time.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I actually would like to see a
red eyes
outside of PvP. I think that would be really cool, actually.
Yeah, I agree.
Hold on, please don't kill me. I want to take a look at your eyes real quick.
Alrighty. Well, we have our viewer questions in, and it is no surprise to me that Planendorf's question won, which is fine because I wanted to ask this question anyway. It's a great one. And Vertec, this one's a bit long, so
yeah, I'm gonna need to take a moment to fix my banner here, stretch it out a little bit.
All good. I will start reading through it, and I actually grabbed a clarification or an additional question Planendorf had on this. So Planendorf asks, what do you all think you'd like to see from active GMs in terms of roleplay on the server? Do you think that will dilute their primary role as a customer support apparatus, or is there an amount of RP that they can do to make the world feel more grounded in the lore?
Please God, let the GMs do something. One of my most cool experiences in EverQuest was at some point you got to choose a second name in the game, and I was in the middle of, let's say, an open world dungeon. A GM showed up, and he asked me what I wanted to have my name be, and there was this whole ritual that he did where I kneeled before him and he granted me this name. He kind of did this whole RP thing. It was literally bar none the most cool experience I've had in a game. So if we can have something like that with the GM interactions, I think that would be fantastic. Definitely big world events too, but maybe smaller individual things or small group things would be great, just to kind of have them have their presence kind of be threaded through the world would be fantastic, in my opinion.
I saw Anduin was commenting that it would be cool for them to be prophets of the divines almost, or of the others maybe. That would be pretty neat. Have prophets of the others that they kind of spawn almost as big mini bosses that you can just meet in the random world.
Right. So something that Tibia did that I thought was the coolest thing for GMs to do is they would spawn random hordes to go attack certain cities where there's a high player population. They would go oh, here's trolls because you have a lot of low level players here. Oh, most of the people that are online are above level 40. Okay, here comes 3 dragons. Go deal with that. These kinds of GM interactions make the game so much fun. And you can do that anywhere in the world. It doesn't have to be at your node. And it literally makes the player's day because it's oh shit, what event is happening today? This is so cool. I love when GMs interact with the world.
I think for me, SWG actually had a really good DM system as well, but they would do it on more of a personal level. We lost someone in-game in real life, and it was a very sad moment, but the GMs actually made a pyro, I can't say it, a little burning fire pit, and they had Obi-Wan Kenobi spirits show up, and they gave this whole luminous spirit speech and stuff like that. And it was really touching because it was the DMs got on a personal level, and all those players involved, those 100 or so players that were involved, really had a unique experience. And I'm hoping Ashes does a little bit more personal takes too, because it's those moments where players feel wow, this game's awesome. It's geez, they've gone to this level of attention focus.
Yeah, I agree. Especially when, in so many games, MMOs nowadays, everything just feels like it's automated and you don't have that personalized interactions with GMs. And just so kind of going off what everyone has said so far, just having GMs in the game and kind of supporting what's going on, whether it be through summoning hordes or, having that whole memorial or, Daedalus having his whole like moment where he received his second name. Like those are things players remember. And it's no different than when a dev interacts with you or a company interacts with you on social media. Like players remember that. Like it means something. So like just having those just those little interactions, it just means all the world, I think.
Yeah,
I think cool. Creates memories. That's it.
I think this is a good another reason why we should have a roleplay alliance between the guilds. It doesn't have to be officially in game, but like on a Discord server or something like that, where all the guild leaders can get together and talk. But then the dev can come in and then they can plan scenarios. They can come in and, you know, we can do role play scenarios and they can do whatever they want to do with that. But that would be
the role players are banding together. We got to split this up right now.
Well, the role players banding together would help with
things, you know, like dirt on each other's guilds to incite things.
Oh, that would be great. Yeah. But that would help with the griefing and PvPing too, because you have a bigger alliance to go after those guys too.
Yeah, I personally would be surprised if they didn't have GMs being a little bit more interactive with the players in the game, just because if you watch these people at Intrepid make this game, you can tell that they're like making a game for themselves. You know what I mean? So like I would be surprised if they didn't play it. You know, even if it was just, you know, as a DM in there, you know, interacting with the world in some way, shape, or form. I would personally be surprised if they didn't do that.
Yeah, I mean, think about like what players complain about the most is like it doesn't feel like the devs are playing the same game that the players are playing, and that's why players get upset. And it doesn't feel that way with Intrepid at all. It feels like they really love the game, they really love the world, they really love interacting with the players, and I hope they keep that sort of mindset persistent through launch, because it is honestly so much fun.
We are right now, and I hope that trend continues.
That's October 25th, my friend.
What
I think that the devs being involved in makes the world feel extra alive, even though we're choosing how things develop. Having them interact with us is definitely going to be one of those amazing things. Do it, please.
One thing I would suggest though is if they're going to interact with the world, I suggest not giving out special items to players and people. I mean, like names and stuff, that'd be fine, but items, because like in UO where I came from, there used to be a lot of dev run events, and then they would give out these items, and all of a sudden it's RMT, you know, and they're selling them on the stores online and all this other kind of stuff. And it's
Definitely
a lot of bad stuff, a lot of bad feelings, hurt feelings. Well, you got this, you didn't get this, you know, and just keep that stuff out of the game if you're going to be involved with it. Just
don't make it impact gameplay. If it impacts gameplay, like outside of, you know, like spawning bosses or something like that.
I would suggest just be mindful of that.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry. If you haven't answered, go ahead.
Oh yeah, it's just a quick like add, like you know, even just the GMs being involved in the punishment side of things. I know that's the weird thing to bring up, but you know, having yourself sent to jail and actually talk to the DM, I know that feels weird, but it's actually really encouraging that you're not just getting banned and you get this prompt in the beginning of your thing saying you have been banned from the game. At least you have a chance to talk to somebody. So I am wholeheartedly endorsing this DM being involved in everything.
Adding customer support into the game.
That was in UO, actually. They locked your character in the Buck's Den jail, and other characters could come out and see him in prison. If they were online, they were in prison.
I remember that.
I love it.
Gold spammer over here.
Right.
So real quick, and something else that I saw Planendorf kind of follow up, I believe it was also to Anduin's answer, was asking, is something like pushing conflict too much for a GM to do? Because there was one answer about GMs being kind of a purveyor of conflict and peace within Ashes. So what are your thoughts on that?
In a game that's so different. Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, you.
In a game that's so different and something we haven't seen in so many years, possibly ever, do it. Let's see what happens. Push conflict. Let's see what happens. Let's shake the world up.
Yep.
If you need to, you can pull back anyway. You know, you can lay off after a while.
I think it's a great idea, especially if things are starting to get stagnant a little bit. Interject some of that energy into the game. Get it going.
So I was going to say kind of the opposite. As somebody that loves conflict, like I make characters to make conflict. And I think if you are making conflict, make it kind of like, as we were saying with AV, his point, where don't make it so that like people feel like it's gameplay motivated, where it is like players getting items, because then that can get really messy. But conflict for like, oh, there's a really cool reward that happens around this time for like this POI, now everybody go fight over it between like 2 nodes. Like that could be something that you could do, like some sort of event like that. But maybe, you know, not like favor players because they have like interactions with those players. Like I think that's where things get messy. I'm in favor of GM initiated natural disasters, by the way. That would be so funny.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Like GM world events would be great. I mean, I think it's all about balance too, and I agree with what Lloyd's saying. Is it should be like across the board. It shouldn't favor a certain player population, regardless of who it is. But you know, one of the things that really caught my attention with Ashes is things happening in the world and spawning new events, and maybe sometimes there's not the predicates to make that happen through the procedure. So having some sort of handcrafted event that a GM can just spawn or maybe start a breadcrumb for, I think would be fantastic, because again, it's an opportunity that everybody gets. It spawns something that changes the world, but I think there's definitely a line that you don't want to cross, because it is, you know, primarily a player agency driven world. It's only at those times, as I think AV said, you know, when things are stagnating, you want to be able to see something happen to shake things up, then definitely that's a route that I would want the GMs to go, so that the world doesn't get stale. Because if it gets stale, then people lose interest, and then it creates a lot more issues. So yeah, I'm totally okay with the GMs jumping in within reason.
I got something. Monster coins. The GM could be the monster coin person. And play that like your monster coin a dragon. Well, the GM is playing that dragon. He could be that person too.
Anduin just made a really cool comment. Have the GMs become an event faction that people have to come together to defeat.
I will say it would be cool. I don't know how practical this is, but it would be neat if GMs had the ability to activate a certain quest on a server, like a small one that leads to like a lore object or something like that, some cool little environmental storytelling thing. But it's not something that's activated for all servers. So it's another way where each server has something different to it that the GMs can participate in. That would be kind of a cool little thing where you can kind of like a little lore mission or something.
Yeah, absolutely.
These things aren't like things that need to be at launch. Like these can just be like added in randomly, like during persistence play. Like I know like a lot of the things that we suggest are like a lot of dev work, but honestly, just adding it in randomly creates that like dopamine, like, oh my god, this just randomly happened and I had this really high moment, and it just creates more player retention through that way.
I think it would also
is pretty interesting to do that.
I think it would also help the people working on the game too, you know, like keep them like, you know, instead of just like doing the same routine, server maintenance, all that stuff, and all of a sudden, you know, now they get to be a little bit involved. Steven's like, hey, you and you, let's drop this on them and let's see what happens. You know, I'm sure that would help the GMs too.
I like the idea that some guy in the development team could be like, he just has an idea over the weekend. He's like, this would be really cool. And then
and
they
he just
get,
does
like, a
it.
small team project. They just put it on a random server.
Mm-hmm. That'd be sick.
Yeah.
It's great. Great idea.
This server needs an activity boost. GM event. Boom.
Lightning strike.
Hey, that's actually not a bad idea, because you know, we might worry about the servers dying, especially some of the smaller ones. Who knows? That could be the thing that reignites it. Do you guys want to keep talking about this, or do you want to go on to the next question?
I mean,
either works for me.
Yeah, I'd like to chime in
talk
real
for
quick.
hours on everything. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Just say that I really like the idea of GMs doing GM events. It's been so long since the game has done that on a dependable, regular basis, and I think that there would be great ways to make it the same across servers as well as different by having GMs take the role of like the big bad evil guy for that whatever expansion or that phase and lead hordes across the map or what have you. And every server can tackle it differently, and every GM that's running that big bad evil guy on every different server might handle their strategy differently. So I think that'd be really great.
Right. And when you create synergy between the dev team and the player base, that creates longevity too, because you have actually a binding. I think it's great. I think it's a great idea.
And yeah, why do you think RuneScape and Tibia lasted so long with subpar graphics, you know, and like WoW being alive and stuff? Like, these games exist for so long because the GMs like activated and like played with the player base and created those memories.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
I thought this question was really important. I'm really glad somebody else asked it because I really wanted to ask this as an opening. But what type of tools would you like to see Ashes implement? By the way, this is from Yon. To help role players to RP, like interactive emotes, socials, and the like.
I gotta be able to play rock, paper, scissors with somebody. That's all I'm gonna say.
Slash roll 1, 2, 3.
I actually
boulder parchment shears, I think is
I actually
Go ahead.
Sorry, yeah, I actually have a good experience with this. I know I keep going back to SWG, but man, that game was awesome. They actually had a token-based system, so you could actually create a landscape for your RP environment, and then you could load it into a schematic and just plop it down wherever. I feel like Unreal Engine 5 really complements to this, so I'm hoping we can actually create our own RP environments, create like little NPCs, ventriloquism through them, create combat levels for them. Guilds could put like prizes in these NPCs and stuff, and then music and effects. So you invite someone to the story and they can just get involved. And this was something that was done like almost 20 years ago, and I haven't seen a game do it since. So it'd be really cool as an RPer to have the power in my hands to create this localized event that only lasts for like an hour or something.
Yeah,
I've never seen that before.
There was a game, City of Heroes, and I think Ezekiel talked about it way back here. They did something where you could create your own missions, and now some of the people use the system not as intended as like experience farms, but there were like certain players that really created like holistic stories and missions in the game where you could, you know, use NPC models, you could kind of create your own factions, you could do like all sorts of cool things with it. So yeah, definitely like some sort of like RP environment. I'm thinking like even in like your own castles, you could potentially do something like that. I think that would be a super great idea to be able to help enrich the gameplay that way.
Yeah, Anarchy Online actually did the same thing. They had a player-made like job board, but City of Heroes system was way more worked way more effectively. Anarchy Online system just kept crashing every time you tried to join into somebody else's mission. But yeah, I think that would be cool. I personally would also like localized like voiceover IPs, just because I like, you know, talking smack when you know, in character when I'm fighting. It's great.
I think you gotta be really careful when you're making like enclosed environment kind of things. Star Wars and ESO did that, and it kind of took RP away from the open world where you can actually see it into like personal things. It's a great idea. I think maybe even using like the freehold system or your guild halls as something you could craft an event that could be closed off for a little bit of time. What might be a good idea to implement that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Not so much closing it off, but I thought it would be a cool idea for like on public like mission boards or like town announcements where people could post things like events or parties or things like that are held at player housing. Just so that this way people who are RPing and they want to get the word out, they can do that in game.
Or maybe something like a seasonal event.
Possibly, maybe. I think you bring up a really good point, is that we don't want to take players out of the open world, right? So like anything that we can do to keep players into the open world and also give them the tools to do so would be really, really nice. Obviously there are a lot of concerns when it comes to PvP and some of these things. So I'm not totally against like having sanctioned areas where it's like, hey, this is meant for this, and there's no PvP allowed in this area of the node. But like for the most part, I think a lot of these tools could be like just really nice to use, like for like rolling, having character stats that like characters can use, like D&D or Pathfinder stats, like having certain like traits, feats and stuff like that kind of like listed for the people that want to do that role gameplay and versus mechanic gameplay. I think having these tools to allow players to do these things is what we care about, because otherwise it creates like too many different rule sets with too many different people. But also a lot of people like that creativity and stuff, so maybe they do end up changing the rule set anyways. I don't know. There's a lot of things that can go in with that, but I just think overall, like the bulletin board that Exile was saying, these are all good tools that we could use to implement in and try to keep people into the open world and in loving the game and playing and like having other players experience the same type of role playing.
I got one more. Have like a transmog switch that you can have like switch on your guild colors. Like you have your custom made tabard or symbol, however it's going to be placed on your character. You can choose where it goes, and then you can turn it off when you're not at a guild event, but turn it back on if you want to like represent.
Yeah, fashion is endgame too. Fashion is the perfect thing for role players.
A roleplay tag after your guild name or something like that. Or maybe a different color showing that you are a roleplay guild. Some kind of sign that, you know, you're in.
Easy way to inspect guilds, so you could find that out about somebody's guild would be good. Yeah. Also, speaking to the heraldry that you were talking about, I don't know if this has been discussed already, but the idea of outfit loadouts would be good, because then you can name them, favorite them, sort them as you like, and easily access them. As a role player, would be a huge godsend than having to have my bag full of a bunch of outfits.
The Old Republic did that. We had like 20.
Yep.
I want my guy to look cool. You can keep like the tier of like leather, mail, plate, cloth, whatever, and just only be able to transmog those things so that players can easily like distinguish like what type of gear they're wearing. But
I think there was talk about the targeting UI going to be able to show that sort of thing instead of.
I don't know how they're gonna do it, and I haven't seen it yet, so that's all I'm saying is like it would be nice to have some sort of indication that way.
Agreed.
I'd like an indication to let people know when you're in character and out of character.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
especially in the world when stuff's going on.
Final Fantasy 14 has one of those, like a little tag you can put on.
Anduin was just saying that in the chat as well, that they would like to have RP tags, and I think a few other people were agreeing.
Yeah, like an RP tag, kind of like a PvP flag.
Yeah.
You flag up as RP or flag up as PvP. Yeah.
You just like a section of your character sheet that like has like a very short blurb as to what sort of RP you're looking for. Could be fun.
Yeah,
just saying. NPCs have the little like dragon wing type things in World of Warcraft when they're epic and all that. Just put little dragon wings on characters that are doing RP, that they're flagged for RP. There you go.
Final Fantasy 14 has these adventure plates you can craft, and you can put like a little blurb about your stuff.
Oh, that's
nice.
Cool.
Nice. All right, well, we are out of time on this. I know that we could probably talk forever on this. Everybody here loves talking about Ash's stuff, so it could probably go on forever. But just to keep on schedule, because I do believe we have at least one, if not a couple people departing. Everybody who's watching, just so you know, we're going to real quick let everybody close up. And then after that, we're going to take a 15-minute break and come back and have a second part. So even though we're sounding like we're leaving you, that we're just doing another 15-minute intermission. We're coming back and we're having a little bonus section where we're going to have every question that has not been answered yet. It's going to be thrown out there for a poll during that 15-minute break. And just vote on what you want to hear talked about. It's going to be basically a full, like, no holds barred, like, full conversation until it dies on topics starting at the most popular and working down.
Yeah, and well, I'm getting that together right now, so I'm super excited. But also, this is a great place for us to let those that have given us so much of their time tonight be able to escape while we get some refreshments and come and just chill out with you guys for a little. You can almost think of it as a post roleplay summit roleplay discussion.
There you go. There you go. Bonus
Tavern after
content.
hours.
Yeah, exactly. Or RP after hours. Not that kind. But yeah, so even though we're closing out and everyone's given their last, their final thoughts and everything, don't leave. Hang out a little bit. We'll still be here for a while. At least a good another like hour and a half from now. But anyway, let's go ahead and start. Give everybody about a 2 minute time frame. Give any kind of closing thoughts you like, just about the day, about anything that you wanted to get out that you didn't quite get to fit earlier. And once everybody gives their thing, we'll close up and go to break. Let's go ahead and start with you, AV. What do you got? Oh yeah, and feel free to plug anything, by the way. Sorry to interrupt you as I just told you to start. I'm so sorry.
But I'm interrupting you too right now. See?
But feel free to plug anything you wish. Just know that Chibi's going to hit that little guest button, which she already did, to put out all of your actual links. So feel free to say anything by name, but no need to type anything out or whatnot. Right,
that's okay. I just want to thank you guys for this opportunity again. I was extremely nervous for the first hour or so. I don't know if you guys realized, but I want to apologize for that. I am a little less nervous now.
You're fine.
But
You're good.
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
More than
No
good.
worries.
Yeah, so this is great. I do really want to plug the Roleplayer Alliance. I think that we should, as guild leaders, get together and discuss maybe what we have in common, and we can work off that and maybe branch out and then actually work off what Planendorf said. We could actually work with the devs for scenarios if they want to help out once in a while. I'm just building off of what I've learned here as my closing, because I think it's great, everything we talked about. I really appreciate all you guys. You seem to have a lot more knowledge about video games and stuff than I do, and I'm kind of a relic in the past when it comes to that. So I am learning from you guys, and I appreciate you all. So thank you very much. I don't really have anything more to say.
All right.
I got his link in the guest links. I'm gonna go ahead and pin that actually.
And then our favorite Ashen Herald.
Thank you, Virtek. I also want to echo AV. Thank you so much for the opportunity. What a great thing you guys have done for the meta community. Continue to do with events like this. I mean, I just tip my hat to all the panelists. Such a great cross section of community members, great points of view. I mean, this has been super exciting to be a part of, and it's also just given me even more and more energy to be able to experience what's going to happen in Vera. We've got a lot of great people in this community, and I just want to say, thank you. And I'm super excited on what we will do as a broader community. And also now, I'm on a high still getting my official promotion into GS. So it's been a great Saturday after a week of a lot of sickness. So feel a lot better now just coming here and being with all of you.
That's awesome. Righteous and Wrath, brother.
I really appreciate all these events you guys have been throwing up. You guys are definitely a pillar of this community and brings a lot of people to what they wouldn't necessarily would have known. I've got a couple plugs. My own guild, the Revis Order, is Elven Guild. If you're looking for that kind of thing, come check us out. Apparently, there's also another one in for Europe. There was somebody in the chat, I can't remember the name, was posting about it as well. So they have an all-Elven guild as well. Gilded House is really helpful with that post right there. For the ARC community, for the it's an unofficial RP community. Bring RPers together, find what works for you and where you can do that. And thank you.
Yeah, I feel like a broken record here, but it's been really, truly special to have this opportunity to talk with so many like-minded people who are excited, who are passionate, creative, people who are looking to broaden this community and to bring more people in and to have a great time together, grow with each other, and really just get excited for this mutual experience we're all going to be able to share. Obviously, got to plug the guild. Gray Sentinels representing in many ways, and it's been really a privilege to get to know these people. Sorry, I'm getting choked up. It's been a great opportunity to kind of come together around a hobby and to get to know one another and experience a bit of life together. So it's been really special. In terms of personal plugs, it's kind of a guild one too, because I'm going to be kind of using the guild as much as I can to do it. I got inspired to create an Ashes themed musical, and I'm writing a lot of songs right now, lyrics wise. I don't have the talent to create the instrumentation, but I have an idea of what I want to do. Surrounding the lore around the cataclysm and all that comes with it, this world-shaking event and what it means for the people of Vera as they venture out into Sanctus, leaving the whole world they know behind. And I think it could be something truly special. So I'm looking forward to sharing in many experiences, not just that one, but also with all the creations that are going to come out from this community. We got some really talented people around here, some really talented artists, some great communicators, content creators, people who just love to play games, talk about games, and it's going to be truly amazing to see.
Super excited. Please keep us updated on all that.
Yes, please. And for those of you that don't know, we like to share community events, and that does include like community created things as well. We are all about what y'all are up to.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ezekiel.
Yeah, again, just kind of broken record. Thank you two for, throwing something like this. I could tell that this was so much work. I was just reading the documents and everything. I was like, oh my God, I can't do that. But yeah, I very much appreciate it because I'm very new to this community. I've been streaming for a little over 2 years now, but I've been doing, mainly Elder Scrolls Online. Now I knew about Ashes of Creation, but I didn't know about this community side of everything. So you two being able to provide me that, kind of door to kind of dip my toes into the community. Thank you so much for that. And it's been a lot of fun meeting all 7 of you, because this is the first time I've talked to any of you all. So this is pretty cool. I'm digging it. But yeah, I'll be in there with you at Alpha 2 launch.
Nice. We've been waiting for you. We'll continue to wait. We'll be here.
I will be there.
Chibi and Vertec, I just want to say you two are absolutely, without a doubt, 2 major pillars in this community, and you have been so for years. You work tirelessly behind the scenes quietly, and your just love and passion for the community doesn't go unnoticed. And truthfully, when you do things like this, it means the world to the community. And so just, again, thank you so much for doing this. This has just been amazing to see all these people here, and thank you so much for having Loreforged here with you. It truly means the world, and really everyone else here as well. It's been such an honor and pleasure to sit alongside you and get to know you and have this wonderful time. It just really means the world. It really does. And so thank you so much for having us. You can find everything from Loreforged at loreforged.com. All our YouTube, our podcasts, the streams, everything. If you're a lore nut like we are, if you love, we always say we put people first instead of game first. So we're people oriented. We love people. So if you're into lore, come check us out. We'd love to have you. And just again, thank you so much. And everyone here, it was a pleasure to meet you all.
Yeah, this is kind of we praise Chibi and Vertec for everything that they do in the community, even though they didn't talk at all this podcast, but we do appreciate them for literally everything that they do. They've introduced me to a lot of you. They've brought in a bunch of other creators and stuff. So it's just really nice to have this sort of community within the Ashes community and to try to grow that and create a nice, happy place, because the gaming world can get dark sometimes. So it is nice having this little outlet where everybody likes to do the things that they do and get a place to share it, and we get to figure out more people that do the things with our interests. And yeah, I'm Lude Lloyd, and I'm Lude Lloyd at everything with 2 L's. They've already dropped my links in the chat, so I'm sure you guys can find me if you haven't already. So thank you.
I'm going to add to the praise train too. Chibi and Vertec actually let me be on their stream a long time ago, and one thing I've always noticed about them is they've always invited new people, not just guilds, but people from various walks of life. So thank you guys. Appreciate you guys championing Ashes of Creation the way you guys have and giving us this platform to talk today. Very much. Thank you so much. And as far as Gilded House, well, you can find us on YouTube. We have some music that I personally orchestrated, which I'm very proud of. Others I've commissioned out. So you can listen to those and watch our lore videos as well, because we're very much like Lore Forge. We like our lore. But we also have our first stream coming up on Thursday. We're going to be introducing some Gilded House members and some of our houses. If you don't know, Gilded House is composed of house roleplay, adventure roleplay, and we also have a PvP department, which also is our RP side, where it's like military and all that good stuff. Feel free to reach out. And yeah, thanks again, guys. It was nice meeting each and every one of you. And Exile, I love the heart, man. That was amazing. So
back at you, dude.
And all of these links will also be in the description, including the one that they've been tossing out with the roleplay community. So that will be updated by the time that we end all of this. But I just really want to say, as much as you guys praise us, Vertec and I would not be who we are today or where we are today without the community. Honestly, those of you that don't know, I am super into roleplay. I met Vertec in Discord. We were playing Pathfinder together initially, and then we just kind of grew to really like each other and really liked the environment that was happening in the Discord during the Kickstarter. And now we are partners in life and in tavern. And we wanted to create a podcast where we can bring people on from the community, and I am so glad that this had the showing that it did. I think roleplay is something that I really have holding like to my heart, and if I had never backed Ashes of Creation, I would have never met Vertec and never met this community. And I hear often that the community is a reflection of the creators, but I genuinely just love the community that we've built. It's been a great 5 years, going on 6, and I would not trade it for the world. I absolutely adore being here, and thank you all for taking hours out of your day on a Saturday to talk about a game that's, one, not out yet to even play, but 2, role-playing in the game that's not even out yet. So thank you. That's amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. You guys all know how close you got me. I don't know if you know how close you got me to actually tear down. Well, I did actually tear up a little bit there.
Yeah, you did.
Thank you so much. It's that's kind of why we do it, just to get people connected, to get people working together and talking together and just moving forward as a community instead of as multiple people that exist in a community like structure, you know?
Yeah.
Like make those ties that bind. But as much as you thank us, we have to thank you even more so, especially you, everybody who is in chat. You folks, that you are the reason why we do this. Like, we could not do this without you. The greatest form of support, no matter what you can give, is just your time hanging out with us. And all of you here, all 8 of you wonderful people, spending your time here and hanging out, no matter how much fun you had, it was still for the TGF Tavern, our event. So you couldn't just like duck out at a minute's notice or whatever because you just got bored. So you committed to some time and you're hanging out here, and that's so very much appreciated. You guys are all amazing, really. Time is your greatest resource, most expensive resource. You do not get it back once you've spent it. So thank you for spending it here.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're gonna go to break. It's only gonna be a 15-minute thing. We're gonna get those lovely commercials rolling once more, and gonna go refill some water, switch out some people. I need to switch out some nameplates because Discord doesn't have an option to always display names, and that bothers me, so I have to do it manually.
In the meantime, feel free to take a look at this poll. This poll encapsulates a lot of your questions that we did not answer yet, in addition to a lot of the guest questions that did not make the cut for the main part. And on top of that, people that actually applied previously but did not make it into the summit. So there's a whole lot for you to look at. You got 15 minutes to go through it. Have at it. And we'll be in chat. We'll be in chat interacting with you, but please go like get some noms, get some water or a drink. I might get a drink actually. This next part's going to be very chill and very relaxing, and come just chat with us at the tavern.
Absolutely. All right. Everybody take care. We'll see you in about 15 minutes. Alrighty.
Yeah.
Bye.
Gods first gave us life. They also gave us Vera. When the gods first gave us life, they also gave us Vera, our home, our sanctuary. Until the Harbingers appeared in the night and brought corruption into our world. Neither spell nor blade could stop them, until only ruins remained. But at long last, we have returned. And this time, we bring the fight to them. Register now.
How would crafting gear compare to like that of
crafted gear in the game is the best gear. I'll be less inflammatory in my speech. Crafters make the best shit and best things.
Now.
Oh God, mercy. And remember, this is a work in progress. This is something that we are still expanding upon, something that we are still improving. It is never truly finished, but of course, it is getting close to Alpha 2 ready.
In the heart of our mountain home, legends were forged in fire and stone. But now, Vera awaits, where every hero's journey begins anew. Craft your destiny, conquer mighty beasts, and shape the world as you see fit.
Let's open in 3, 2, 1.
Join us, kinfolk, in a realm where your choices echo through eternity. In the ashes of creation, our saga begins. Will you answer the call?
I also am like, just put that somewhere else so I can watch it, because I really just want to play.
Are you or someone you know bored with modern video games? Do you spend hours dredging through the pits of Steam looking to fill your needs as a gamer? You could be suffering from a brand new affliction called loop fatigue. Symptoms of loop fatigue include hostility, depression, agitation, overeating, hallucinations, or any other signs of mental insanity, like reactivating your World of Warcraft account for the 14th time. Some gamers suffering from loop fatigue would rather do real-life chores like mowing the lawn, washing the car, or God forbid, cleaning their room, rather than doing even one more daily quest. Loop fatigue can be devastating to your gaming career, but there is hope. World-renowned businessman, video game developer, and of course medical professional Dr. Stephen Sharif and his intrepid team are developing a cure. Known mostly by its street name Ashes, you'll wake up every day excited by the prospect of hours of gameplay free from the dreaded in-game loop. With its patented breakthrough formula and all-new proprietary ingredient called Nodes, you're guaranteed to give Ashes a thumbs up. Possible side effects of Ashes include long gaming sessions, restless leg syndrome, neglected children, extreme fun, carpal tunnel syndrome, sexually frustrated spouses, skyrocketing electric bills, broken homes, bed sores, and a good time. If you experience an erection lasting more than 4 hours while on Ashes, do not call a doctor, as this is proof the product is working.
When the gods first gave us life, they also gave us Vera, our home, our sanctuary. Until the Harbingers appeared in the night and brought corruption into our world. Neither spell nor blade could stop them, until only ruins remained. But at long last, we have returned. And this time, we bring the fight to them. Register now.
How would crafting gear compare to like that of
crafted gear in the game is the best gear.
You had a good long life.
You did have a good long life.
A happy life on the farm, and now...
Oh, God mercy. And remember, this is a work in progress. This is something that we are still expanding upon, something that we are still improving. It is never truly finished, but of course, it is getting close to Alpha 2 ready.
In the heart of our mountain home, legends were forged in fire and stone. But now, Vera awaits, where every hero's journey begins anew. Craft your destiny, conquer mighty beasts, and shape the world as you see fit.
Let's open in 3, 2, 1.
Join us, kinfolk, in a realm where your choices echo through eternity. In the ashes of creation, our saga begins. Will you answer the call?
I also am like, just put that somewhere else so I can watch it because I really just want to play.
Are you or someone you know bored with modern video games? Do you spend hours dredging through the pits of Steam looking to fill your needs as a gamer? You could be suffering from a brand new affliction called loop fatigue. Symptoms of loop fatigue include hostility, depression, agitation, overeating, hallucinations, or any other signs of mental insanity like reactivating your World of Warcraft account for the 14th time. Some gamers suffering from loop fatigue would rather do real-life chores like mowing the lawn, washing the car, or God forbid, cleaning their room, rather than doing even one more daily quest. Loop fatigue can be devastating to your gaming career, but there is hope. World-renowned businessman, video game developer, and of course medical professional Dr. Stephen Sharif and his intrepid team are developing a cure. Known mostly by its street name Ashes, you'll wake up every day excited by the prospect of hours of gameplay free from the dreaded end-game loop. With its patented breakthrough formula and all-new proprietary ingredient called Nodes, you're guaranteed to give Ashes a thumbs up. Possible side effects of Ashes include long gaming sessions, restless leg syndrome, neglected children, extreme fun, carpal tunnel syndrome, sexually frustrated spouses, skyrocketing electric bills, broken homes, bed sores, and a good time. If you experience an erection lasting more than 4 hours while on Ashes, do not call a doctor, as this is proof the product is working.
When the gods first gave us life, they also gave us Vera, our home, our sanctuary. Until the Harbingers appeared in the night and brought corruption into our world. Neither spell nor blade could stop them, until only ruins remained. But at long last, we have returned. And this time, we bring the fight to them. Register now.
How would crafting gear compare to like that of
crafted gear in the game is the best gear. I'll be less inflammatory in my speech. Crafters make the best shit and best things.
You had a good long life.
You did have a good long life.
Happy life on the farm, and now...
Oh, God, go to sleep. And remember, this is a work in progress. This is something that we are still expanding upon, something that we are still improving. It is never truly finished, but of course, it is getting close to Alpha 2 ready.
In the heart of our mountain home, legends were forged in fire and stone. But now, Vera awaits, where every hero's journey begins anew. Craft your destiny, conquer mighty beasts, and shape the world as you see fit.
Let's open in 3, 2, 1.
Join us, kinfolk, in a realm where your choices echo through eternity. In the ashes of creation, our saga begins. Will you answer the call?
I also am like, just put that somewhere else so I can watch it because I really just want to play.
Are you or someone you know bored with modern video games? Do you spend hours dredging through the pits of Steam looking to fill your needs as a gamer? You could be suffering from a brand new affliction called loop fatigue. Symptoms of loop fatigue include hostility, depression, agitation, overeating, hallucinations, or any other signs of mental insanity like reactivating your World of Warcraft account for the 14th time. Some gamers suffering from loop fatigue would rather do real-life chores like mowing the lawn, washing the car, or God forbid, cleaning their room, rather than doing even one more daily quest. Loop fatigue can be devastating to your gaming career, but there is hope. World-renowned businessman, video game developer, and of course medical professional Dr. Stephen Sharif and his intrepid team are developing a cure. Known mostly by its street name Ashes, you'll wake up every day excited by the prospect of hours of gameplay free from the dreaded end-game loop. With its patented breakthrough formula and all-new proprietary ingredient called Nodes, you're guaranteed to give Ashes a thumbs up. Possible side effects of Ashes include long gaming sessions, restless leg syndrome, neglected children, extreme fun, carpal tunnel syndrome, sexually frustrated spouses, skyrocketing electric bills, broken homes, bed sores, and a good time. If you experience an erection lasting more than 4 hours while on Ashes, do not call a doctor, as this is proof the product is working.
When the gods first gave us life, they also gave us Vera, our home, our sanctuary. Until the Harbingers appeared in the night and brought corruption into our world. Neither spell nor blade could stop them, until only ruins remained. But at long last, we have returned. And this time, we bring the fight to them. Register now.
Like
I was eating
everybody.
my little gummy worms.
Hello. We
hi.
are back. We are back. And we're here for bonus content now, so don't expect anything quite as structured as it was earlier, because we are here just chilling. For instance, Chibi and I went and we actually got ourselves a drink, so we're going to be enjoying and imbibing upon tavern numminess and drinkiness.
Nummies.
So it's gonna be totally relaxed, totally chill. And let me actually, I didn't even open the poll myself. So let me actually do that so I can actually grab the questions and figure out what we're doing here, because I don't even know. Okay.
You didn't even vote? You don't want to know what we want to talk about?
I didn't. I was too busy.
Either.
I had to reorganize
I'll say
everyone's
that-
nameplates.
I'll say the welcome back. This part, we allotted about up to 15 minutes per discussion, but we just kind of decided to leave it open. So welcome back to the summit. A few new faces may be here, well, one in particular, and a few may be missing, but that's okay because we kind of expected this. Asking people to stay for 4 hours is quite a long time, 4+ hours, so going from 6 to 10. Quite a chunk of day, I'm going to say that. But yeah, so we have your polls in, and the first question is actually going to be from Gilded House RP. And I feel like this question is such a suitable first question coming back into the to the summit. And tell us about your roleplay character for Ashes of Creation. We'll just go from AV down.
Oh, all right. Tell us about my roleplay character. My roleplay character is based on King Atrax. Now, I'm not a direct descendant of his or anything like that. I'm just a disciple of King Atrax. That's what my roleplay character will be, and we will be looking for the artifacts that will give immortality, and any manuscripts or rituals that we find along the way that would add to that. But that will be the main driving quest line of my roleplay character. I'll be a lich. If I can be a lich, I will be a lich, and I will be probably evil, but I'm not sure what type yet. I need to know more about the lore to actually nail it down a little bit more, but that's basically what my character will be.
Nice.
Okay, I think I'm next. So my character is, surprise, surprise, a traveling bard in Sanctus. But in his travels, he stops in a particular town and spends some time there and actually falls in love. Unfortunately, there's somebody else that also is in love with his beloved, and so how he gets into Vera is actually, you don't know that they not by his choice. He's actually poisoned at some point, and, you know, I don't want to give all of it away, but he's poisoned at some point by his nemesis and actually smuggled into Vera. And this poison also destroys most of his memories. So he doesn't remember anything about his past, and throughout, and then his whole story in Vera is rebuilding that past and finding a way back to the woman that he loves. Until he died, then after he contacted past.
So I have two characters, but I'll go over the main one. Dez is part of a noble house that is kind of in. It's not really in decline, but it's kind of trying to find its way in Sanctus. He's being sent out to prove himself as a leader into Vera and find out some of the secrets of the corruption that made us flee thousands of years ago. He's trying to find allies, move pieces of the world to better a community that he will try to be part of wherever he finds a place to live. He's a cleric, scribe, with some martial prowess.
Yeah. So I'm one of those types that I like to do themes, right? Basically, like I'll kind of see like, you know, what's available and try to like do a theme of something. I saw that there was the potential for cleric primary with summoner secondary to be a shaman, and I'm gonna play as a Renkai shaman. The idea of my character is kind of like, you know, doesn't really live in the city, a little bit of you know, kind of lives in the outskirts, kind of being like a battle cleric in a sense, you know, frontline fighting with, you know, mystical woo-woo powers. And yeah, I don't know. It's and then see what's available in the sense of like all the crafting and stuff like that, because I don't know exactly what how open-ended that is. So hopefully I'll find something cool to put with a Renkai shaman. I will be the shaman king. Ha ha ha.
Love it.
Yeah. So Lloyd in Ashes of Creation, or I should say Sanctus. He grew up with a clan of exiled, like an exiled family type of group, who tried to betray their previous ancestors while coming through the portals in Sanctus and stuff like that. So they kind of like lived off on their own, and they kind of became like a Sparta organization where they would raise their kids as warriors, like as and if they weren't good enough, they would send them out into the wild and whatnot. So he got really good, and the leaders didn't like him, and the woman that he loved and was going to marry, they ended up killing her. So he killed all of them. And yes, I chose the dark path, and so he's leaving Sanctus to you know, get away from all of that and explore a new life. I like the idea that of like, hey, there's a reason why you're going through this deathly portal into this new world, and it's because he's lost basically everything. So
so Thera comes from a house that has long supported House Kimura. Essentially, the Uvares have, you know, they've been tied to the house since forever. And Thera is the youngest child of who was once the commander of the Obsidian Order. And now she's the commander of the Obsidian Order. So, yeah, it's interesting. I enjoy playing like the young characters. They kind of like find their path, make mistakes, learn from the mistakes, and grow. So I mean, she's right now, since we've been RPing in Sanctus, she's lost her whole family. So now she's just at that limbo state of, okay, well, what do I do now? Like, she doesn't know how to feel. So yeah, that's where she is now.
Tech, I wanna hear yours first before I share mine.
Oh my goodness, oh my goodness. Well, as Chibi knows, I'm not huge on the role-playing thing, so I'm going to be building some stuff between now and then just to try to get a little bit more into it, but I'm pretty sure there's going to be some basic building blocks like Vertec, my main anyway. All the alts are just going to be who knows what. They're going to have like minimal backstories and they're just trying to, jack shit up. But Vertec, he's probably just all about the adventure of it, kind of getting bored with the day-to-day on Sanctus. And hearing all the mystical stories about things going on in Vera is like, I'm gonna start a new life over there. It sounds like an adventure. It sounds interesting. Sounds fun. Let's go see what this is all about. And kind of cruising over. And, if I start doing the RP thing a little bit more in depth than I usually do, prior to full launch, there'll probably be something along the lines of a dream that inspired him to actually take off. And that dream is all of the Alpha 2 content.
Yeah, and we actually have lore for the Golden Feather Tavern as well, where the reason why it's called the Golden Feather Tavern is two adventurers, Vertec and Chibi, or Aurelia is my character's name, came across a golden feather, and they decided it was fate. It was a golden phoenix feather, and eventually went in search of, land with people and, community and things like that, created the Golden Feather Tavern, and here we are with the Golden Feather Tavern. My character, I actually did something really strange because I am not very imaginative when it comes to multiple characters, but I can get really into like one or two. So my character is actually from my D&D game, and I roleplayed her in a lot of campaigns, and I kind of have this like lore piece where she has this necklace, and when she dies she gets reborn in a new world that needs her. Kind of like isekaiing, but it's also like a new timeline where like her memories are new and everything like that, but she's always drawn to a lot of the same things, which is herbalism and alchemy and helping others. And so I've been role-playing, as Nihili was mentioning. There's not really much of a whole backstory to have with her in Ashes quite yet, but I've been role-playing within Gilded House RP servers, trying to figure out how do I take her from being the druid that she was in D&D to now a cleric figure within Ashes of Creation, and using Sanctus as that platform, because what are druids except for people that carry around sticks and use herbs a lot, as well as magic, but when there's not magic, that's kind of what we on Earth look at druids as being. So I kind of went with that as the base idea, and I've been role-playing like her backstory leading into Sanctus and Vera, and then we'll figure out from Vera, like, how do I meet this guy over here?
And for those who like older TV shows, I'd been privy to some of her RP with that character and that concept. And just think of Quantum Leap, except it's driven by a magical necklace instead of, what's his name, Sam?
There you go.
Love that.
And land in a new character and figure out, why am I here? What do I have to do? What am I trying to fix? What am I trying to save? Like, what's going on here?
Neat.
Gotta watch out for Ziggy there.
I do kind of want to expand on mine a little bit. I like having characters with tragic backstories, but are not the sad, brooding type. So I like having the sad boy life with the tragic backstory, but my character is actually overall pretty happy. He has a pretty good personality, has a smile on his face most of the time. So hides or masks that part of his life pretty well, and is kind of moving on. So I'm actually kind of curious more on like your guys' personalities for your characters. Like, what did you guys decide to do after, your backstory? Like, how do they like interact with people?
Whoever wants to take it, it's open. Just be mindful of each other.
Des is deeper on the diplomatic path. Like he's talked people first, deal with threats as they come.
I was gonna make a joke, but I'm gonna refrain.
Go ahead. Do it.
Thera is like the typical redhead. She's feisty all around, but more so like since she's returned back to House Kimura and has taken over as the commander of the Obsidian Order. She's always in her head. She's always overthinking. She wasn't actually trained to be the commander of the Obsidian Order. She was brought up trying to, follow what her father taught her, and it was, very much like House Stark: loyalty, honor, selfless service. So yeah, she's the typical redhead. She's just a fiery little character until it's time to get down to business.
Nice.
I think for my character, because of the memory loss, I think I am going to happen upon the Grey Sentinels in Vera, though I knew them and interacted with them in Sanctus. So I expect that relationship will kind of regrow again, and they'll help me find my footing. So I think that for me will be kind of the way I kind of bridge that gap between Sanctus and Vera and kind of find my place in the world, or at least the start of my place in the world, because it's definitely going to continue to change.
For me, I actually have my backstory. You could say it's Avatar-ish. We're not like the blue people, but the tribes. Where like Aurelia went off to go and collect herbs on behalf of her village, but when she returned, Sanctus chaos / murder happened. So then she went in search of others, and it's kind of the thing that like prompted her to leave her clan, but maybe also hopefully find if there's like a bigger clan that maybe they were once part of, and that's something that she's exploring currently. A lot of her backstory. But yeah, I actually had the ability or the honor to RP with Des in House Reign, I think, and then we moved over to Gilded House, and that was really neat to kind of have like that moment where she met another Pyre besides Nihili, and it was just like, oh my gosh, there's more of us out here. Awesome.
Wraith Phallus is a fun character to play.
Can you repeat the question again? I can't quite remember it.
I was just asking if how people's personalities are kind of like interacting with other people. Because I mean, for your character specifically, you said he was evil, but like, is he like manipulative? Is he like seducing? What kind of like traits does he have?
What flavor of evil are you?
Yeah,
I'd be more secretive, more infiltrative, probably would be a word. And to answer your question earlier about what kind of, I think I could play any class as a necromancer, either melee or anything like that, on a side note. But yeah, I don't know. I don't have much on that, actually.
Cool. That's all I had on that.
Let's see. So yeah, you said so. How the character it will interact with people's like on a default, basically, is that kind of what you're looking for? Vertex,
yeah,
Vertex always like the friendly, not fully trusting, but has trust until proven otherwise. But as soon as it's proven otherwise, then you're never really gonna earn that back unless you do something miraculous to get that trust back. But yeah, always very much a hey, let me know if you have issues, but don't have issues and then lie them and hide them and do wrong by me and my friends and family.
Yeah.
Or else that's it. You're out of the group.
I've actually seen that kind of role play from him firsthand as Techie and Silka a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So
I would never deceive you.
No, I would never.
Never.
So
I mean, I like that conflict that it can spur out of that too. Like the conflict, like in character conflict, is always good.
oh yeah,
for me.
yeah, and I think Cersei had said something in chat previously that the hardest part with roleplay is remembering, or reminding yourself that sometimes in character conflict does not equal out of character conflict. So if I'm trying to fight with Lloyd in character, that doesn't mean that I don't like him out of character. That just means in character, I think his character's a dick.
And he might be a dick.
He
and I
might
might
be.
fully be aware of that.
Out of character, I'm gonna be like, yo, that was a dick move on your character, but touche. I think Vertec characters should permanently be in third person. Speak third person. Oh no. For those that don't know,
Doesn't like that.
we
You're
have a spin the
fired.
wheel, and Vertec doesn't
fired.
really do well with third party or third
No.
person speaking. So.
Vertec does not do well with talking in third person.
Oh, you
Vertec
don't
does it
think-
well for 30 seconds.
Yeah,
And then he's
especially
done.
after drinking.
And then he forgets that it exists.
You should do it
So-
like The Rock and say the Vertec.
The
The
Vertec.
Best phrase I've ever heard was in-game actions have in-game consequences, and out of character, you needs to accept those consequences. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And I feel like this leads really well into Anduin's question, which is, as a role player, what type of role play do you least enjoy? Excuse me. This can also be open. I just had to start off the characters in an order just to make sure everybody got their characters out there.
Yeah, it's hard to be open chat when you're talking about your character specifically.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I think your character should know what's mine.
Theme type of role play. Okay. I was going to answer it a whole other way, but go for it. Yeah. So as a role player, what type of theme role play do you least enjoy? Like noble, warrior, tavern.
I am. This is going to be horrible considering, the name of this stream. I am not a big fan of tavern RP.
Murder. I'm murdering. Sorry. Nope. Murdering. Hold on. Where is it? Murdering.
From the
There's
dark
it.
corner of
Sorry.
the tavern, you
Kill on
notice
sightless.
an
There's
assassin-y
dead.
looking character standing up
I don't
from
know
his
what
table.
happened. My spell slipped. My bad.
I have a problem with standing in one spot and RPing the whole time. It's like, okay, I have to go and do something, otherwise I'm gonna go crazy.
Yeah. Well, I guess to that, I would say I look at the Golden Feather Tavern the way that I look at any tavern within D&D. It's a place to get. It's a starting spot. It's a hook place. I don't want you to stay in the tavern and role play the entire time. Flandre was like, later. But
yeah, exactly. I'm here to go murder.
Yeah, I don't really see like the tavern as being like the place that you go and you role play long term. I want it to be the starting place. Talking about the rumors earlier, I really, really wanted to talk about this. I think it would be super awesome if taverns could have a rumor bulletin board as an option for role players, because then different guild leads or different RPers can put up like a rumor thing. Maybe I want to send you on a super secret player driven like community created scavenger hunt. I loved those in World of Warcraft. Imagine players creating scavenger hunts and leaving like little clues or like little rumors on a rumor bulletin board that players can read and interact with. Or it could be a wild goose chase. Who knows? That's the beauty of in-game stuff. Like obviously you could have, it's going to be text-based and maybe like pre-created like images. So if I wanted to hide a vial somewhere, I could put a vial image there from a list of images to choose from. But I think that would be super cool, and that it should be like a starting place to then send you somewhere else. As much as I love the role playing in taverns, it's always been, it's a rumor mill, it's a place to get your bearings and head back out, or it's a place to ask the barkeep if he has any juicy gossip.
Yeah, I haven't done MMORPG roleplay, but the things that have turned me away from like even attempting is it either is an instant spot sitting at a tavern doing nothing. Like I like what Chibi was saying is like the tavern is like the hub. Like you go to the hub to figure out information, you go there to talk to people, and then you go out into the world, and then you come back and you're like, oh, I met these same people, and it's like it's a social hub for you to RP at, but it's not like a stay and stand type of thing. The other thing is like anything that takes away from me going out into the world and actually playing the game feels bad to me. Like I want to play the game, and I want to play the game in my character. So as long as I can do that, then that's what attracts me to RP. And anything that takes away from that is my least favorite thing, to answer the question.
Yeah, I'm with you on that, Lloyd. I feel like most of the time in this, like for this question specifically, everything's good in moderation. So it's good to have those moments where you can rest and maybe interact with others. But you should have some sort of catalyst to be out in the world, which is, I really like your idea about the rumor mill and being able to use that as a starting point. I think at one point Stephen talked about having like breadcrumb quests or something in the tavern. I really like that idea, because at the end of the day, I mean, it's good to have a variety of things so that you don't stagnate in any way in any type of gameplay. But, you know, driving players out in the world is what I feel keeps the world vibrant. One of the things that I've seen more in WoW is you kind of lose sight of the old world because there's nothing driving you there. I don't want there to ever be like a part of the world that like is a ghost town because nobody's there. I want there to be a reason to go to the Riverlands or the Sand Squall Desert, even when you're in the late game and you're doing things maybe in a new area we haven't discovered yet. So I do feel like that's going to be a way for me to kind of enrich the experiences, having like all those different avenues in moderation, so there isn't any one that necessarily overshadows or stagnates the experience.
Go ahead, Ezekiel. Go.
I was just gonna say, I'm gonna go ahead and say it. The least one that I enjoy is ERP. Let's get that out of there. I'm done.
You don't like exceptional roleplay? Jeez.
Oh, well, exceptional,
I thought it was environmental roleplay.
Environmentally conscious roleplay.
No, but I guess I could actually kind of like agree with the whole idea with like the tavern stuff, because I've seen that where role players will just be in a tavern for like hours, and I'll like try to hang out for a bit, but I'll literally start falling asleep if I'm not doing something. I'll get tired. So yeah, I could see going into a tavern for a little bit, maybe interact with some people, get something set up. My cat decides he wants to be all snuggly now, but yeah. I prefer more roleplay just like out and being more interactive instead of contained somewhere away from the game.
Somebody Kexter in chat says Ezekiel roleplay ERP.
That's fantastic.
So you hate yourself. Okay.
Join the party.
I think my least favorite one, although I've enjoyed it with some people in this community, is forum RP. I like being interactive, more like D&D live. You can react and like play off people very easily. If with forum RP, if you miss a couple days or several weeks or months even, it's hard to jump back into it and have a cohesive thing, because you're stalling a story over here while another story is happening.
Yeah.
It's just
waiting for people sucks.
You sound like you're speaking from experience there, Des.
I don't know. Get back to Wraith RP right there.
Yeah, someday when you have a specific example to share, feel free.
Well, I mean, we tried that in like Grey Sentinels. Like we tried to do like the forum thing, and we gave people like a 1-day time limit to respond. Otherwise, it goes to the next person. Waiting for people just sucks. Takes way too long to create the actual story.
Honestly, I find it hard to get back into roleplay too sometimes, unless I read like the previous, and then I kind of get back to a mindset of like, oh, that's what I was trying to go at. That's right.
So Chibi, to expand on your idea about the scavenger hunt, you can always have like a stealth rogue play that part. They're not looking for the rogue, but they're looking for the item the rogue is holding to hand to that person. So you don't have to actually have like a billboard. You can have somebody there physically playing the role of a billboard, basically.
Yeah, I like that. That's fair.
And then my least favorite is these dance parties they put on. where everybody's talking in Discord or something like that, and they're just out there. That's just not my gig.
No, okay.
I slash dance everywhere. I don't know what you're talking about.
That's basically me. I go to check my mail. If there's more than 4 mails sitting in there that I have to sort through, it's slash dance. All right, let's continue.
I'm not gonna lie. When I was little, I made it a goal to try to learn all of the dances for the World of Warcraft characters that me or my dad played. I mainly found it really amusing because, like, my dad he played an undead, and you know they've got that like rocker kind of thing. He'd be playing like corn behind it, and I would be like, ah, like little like 13, 14-year-old me just going, doing the undead racial
slayer.
Yeah. I gotta say, for me anyway, speaking from a D&D perspective,
yeah, the
RP I don't like to do is, I mean, this is gonna sound really dumb, but then let me explain it. Boring RP. All right. So kind of what Thera was saying, where it's like, why are we still in this area? Like, the person who's leading the discussion or leading the whatever is not letting us move on because we have to quote unquote do something in this area, but we've tried this, we've done this, and we've talked that, and now we're just staring at each other. Just move us on. We missed something. Let's deal with the fact that we missed something. Let's go.
But see, that's where me as a DM, and I've DM'd since I was like 18, different versions of TTRPGs. I think that's where it's important for me as a DM in a TTRPG setting to give you that breadcrumb again. You know, perhaps one of the days enough time has gone by that you notice something new, and that was definitely not there before. It looks suspicious. Maybe you should check it out. You know, I think that's where, like, as DMs, it's a little bit more on us to, like, either if that was an important story beat, give you another breadcrumb, or like you said, move you along if it wasn't really that important. You just missed out on some really cool loot. Oh well, you know.
Or just roleplay your character just, you know, mindlessly wandered off somewhere and just take off.
Yeah.
Said the Irish goodbye and left.
Now the rest of the party has to figure out where Vertec went. Oh darn.
Well, see, I usually have like 2 different kinds of characters for the most part. It's either very much I'm here to protect my friends and I don't really care, and I kind of search through stuff, but then I move on. I'm all about the mission and whatever. And then the characters that are like, so are there any other drawers in the room? Is there anything else anything could hide under?
Yeah.
Have I turned over all the rugs and all of the pictures? Like there's those 2. There's nothing in the middle really.
That's funny. But to go on what you were saying about like the DM stuff, that I actually wanted to bring it back to a question we had previously.
Okay.
When we were asking about like what GMs could do for us, and it's like GMs could also act as a dungeon master, right? Like they can throw things into the world like dungeon masters do for D&D to create something for players to go find or do, and that could create interesting roleplay. But yeah, that's pretty far out. That's the complete opposite of like least favorite RP. That'd be like most favorite RP.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. And I was thinking about something like that too, as well, Lloyd. Specifically like a GM sitting in a tavern and kind of being there, and kind of a story happens. You walk in and you're like, hey, this mysterious character showed up, and they're sitting in the corner like a la like Strider in Lord of the Rings, just sitting in the corner smoking, and you're like, oh, what's that? Let me go like explore that and talk to that person. And then they give you a breadcrumb. So again, you've got that level of interaction that isn't necessarily like a static quest or something. It's like an actual interaction where they might ask you questions, you might interact with them, but it's still like a GM driven organic event that's happening.
Yeah,
and he could have a variable outcome. He could give you different things too, depending on your answer.
Depending on who you are. Exactly.
Yeah.
And for me, I feel like the type of roleplay I don't like, I wasn't able to really put like, you know, a tavern or something on it. It's a more generic answer, which is the type where the player doesn't have agency unless it makes sense. That's the type that I don't like, because there's nothing worse than having a part of like a story in a TTRPG or in an MMO and something happens and you can't do anything about it. You're just there, and it's like, okay, why am I a part of this if I can't do anything about it? Now, if that's, again, in TTRPG settings, if I asked you ahead of time, hey, do I have permission to make you not have player agency? That's one thing. Again, consent is important for that. For another, with video games, it would also make sense if we don't have player agency because we're not powerful enough. Let's say in Ashes of Creation, we don't have enough power to have even stopped it. Like, sure, you could try and hit, the firebrand and keep him from burning down your node, but by yourself, you're not going to do anything. You're just helpless. So, like, that part, I make sense. But what I'm thinking of when I'm bringing this up is things like healing in a game, right? I really loved, and this is kind of something we chatted about on, I think, Tuesday as well as Saturday. I loved watching that you could heal the Lady of the Thorn while they were in that fight, because that gave me player agency as a cleric, as a healing type, to be a part of the situation that's happening. Why am I a cleric? Why am I a healer if I can't even heal the NPCs? That doesn't make any sense to me. And I've never really understood it unless it was like a major part of whatever was happening, where I just, that character has to die. But even at that point, just make the character take more damage than I can heal. And if there's multiple people trying to heal her, we know Ashes is intending to scale everything. Just scale how much damage she's taking. Make it so that we cannot keep her alive somehow.
Yeah, no, that's also really cool because it adds just a PvE extra mechanic, which makes the game harder. So it kind of helps both aspects of that too. So it's like, oh, I have to protect something in the world, and it actually matters. And I could also mess up the mechanic if I don't.
Yeah.
Would you be able to heal an enemy if you wanted to, if you felt sorry for him?
Interesting.
That could be another roleplay aspect too.
Bertek, what is that timer?
Oh, it's the amount of time till we absolutely have to stop talking.
Okay. In 99 hours? Oh my lord.
And 8 minutes and 50 seconds.
I'm getting hungry.
Oh, 99 minutes? Okay.
We need to make this into the Extra Life event now.
What is Subathon? Subathon September, by the way, guys. Sub to the
Oh yeah, fair. I don't know if I could go that long though. Not without the preps. Not without the preps.
I'm gonna need the Healy to come back. We gotta tag in and out.
He gets back from work. You're like, it's your turn.
Tag nap
I've been
times.
here forever.
I've been here forever.
Oi. No, I was just putting a random time there because it seems like some folks want to continue chatting. So I didn't want to keep putting like 15 minutes, but at the same time, it feels silly having a timer sit there and not being run. So I just put a silly time. That's all.
Okay.
Funny.
Fair enough. I guess if you guys want, we can move ahead into Lloyd's question.
Lloyd's question. We gotta ask another one of
What
that.
did I ask?
Lloyd asked, with death in video games being non-existent as your character comes back to life, and Ashes of Creation seems to be building that into the lore, how do you think your character will react to reincarnation?
Completely freaked out.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like, what is going on?
Just saying, yeah, I saw that and I really wanted to vote for that one because I think it's crazy going from, a world of no magic and it's just like, you got one life, live it well. You want to take that life and potentially throw it away, go into a crazy planet with a crazy thing and who knows what's happening over there. There's magic and stuff. Don't got one life anymore. How you feeling about that now, Grandma?
YOLO's gonna not exist when we get to Vera.
Nope.
Yeah, and to kind of explain it a little bit is like Resna, I don't know if it's Resna, one of the goddess of creation kind of creates your essence and kind of builds it back together, kind of like how Log Horizon does. It like takes your essence and like puts all those pieces back together and puts you back into the world as you rise from the ashes, quote unquote. So that's kind of like where I was thinking about the lore actually impacting the gameplay mechanic where your character just doesn't die. And are you going to incorporate that into your roleplay, or are you going to try to, have like characters that do have permadeath?
Ooh, and that brings like a hardcore. Yeah, that brings like a hardcore Ashes vibe.
That would
to
be kind of
everything.
fun, actually.
Oh my god, you never get you for the first while you only get like level 1 or 2 before you die for the first time, just because somebody came up and slayed you and you're like, ah, that's it.
Yeah, but you could do that with alt because alts are slow leveling anyways. So, what the heck? Try it.
Yeah.
So your main RP character is your alt. That's my.
I'm bad at games, so that doesn't work for me.
Well, I kind of like what Lloyd was talking about, the Log Horizon aspect. You could even incorporate some of that because you're getting an experience stat. At least right now, you're losing memories. What did you forget? And then also, the other dynamic is some of the NPCs in the world, they're gonna die. Why are they dying and you're not dying?
Yeah.
What's with that?
Hey, maybe it's one of those things where, you know, like the seven are infusing adventurers and those like tasking themselves with taking care of you know, corruption, etc., and hunting down the others and all their ancients and everything like that. And so they're infusing them with extra life, and it's only when people retire from that adventuring life that they start to get that benefit withdrawn, so that the gods can support others.
On the one hand, I would love for there to be a little bit of like a sound bite, say from like Resna or Shoal, when you resurrect, like, the world is not done with you yet, adventurer. Rise from your ashes, or something like that. You know, where I imagine that'd also probably get annoying really quickly if you die like 5 times in a row. But
just have it do it like the first time you die, and then like it's understood after that.
Yeah.
After the 5th time, you get good.
Could you please stop fucking dying on behalf of me? Jesus.
Man, I would really love the Wildstar Gravekeeper. Oh my god. Every time you would die, he would tell a joke about how you die so much. And so how many times do you think you can do this? Seriously.
Or it's like when
that
you
would actually be funny.
Bless somebody who sneezes and then they sneeze again, and then you bless them again and they sneeze a third one, and you're like, really?
Yeah. That's basically how it was.
The third one, man. That's what you gotta do.
You're using all my essence, man. Come on.
Yeah.
Keep blessing you.
And one day the gods ran out of essence.
Yeah, you constantly wake up and you're like, really? Again? Can I just die just once? Just leave me. Just leave me on the ground.
Your character that's level 50, fucking 600 hours into the game, and is just starts running into dungeons and dying, is like, why can't I die?
Why can't I die?
Actually, this is a great question from Cheryl in the chat saying, another question, would your characters end up seeing the continual reses as being like a blessing or a curse?
Heroes never die.
I'm sure at some point you'd feel like it was a curse.
Like,
well, I want to play the undead anyways, so I want to be immortal, so it fits right in with mine.
Yeah, he's just up there like, rise, minions, rise.
I'm just hearing all these League World songs in my head with all these like quotes.
I don't know why, but this conversation makes me want to know those side quests that you can go down the evil path. That kind of
worship
makes
the
me...
others.
Yeah, I was kind of actually sad when Steven said that we couldn't like really follow the corrupted, and I was like, damn.
What? I didn't hear him say that. I didn't know
Yeah,
that.
it most of it's like RP.
Originally, they wanted to have the bad path as well. They might be like an update at some point.
They said
Any
there
devs
like
out there,
there'll
put it
be
back
like
in.
they said there's gonna be like some like paths that you can choose that would be more corrupted, but it's not like you could go to a node and worship the corrupted like the others and like have that be a part of a progression path.
I think it would be tough to do because you'd be weakened by the corruption, so it'd be really hard to follow a progression path while you're regressing.
Unless the corruption empowered you.
Yeah, it could be very much.
You're taking other people's essence.
It's King Atrix. That's what he did, see?
I mean, maybe that's like an avenue for monster coins, right? Is if you use that as a way to like be corrupted and wreak havoc.
Yeah, it could be very much like how Conan does it with its corruption. Like, it lowers your stats in certain ways, but you gain like different kind of stats to empower you when you use like magic and whatnot.
Berserker stats?
Yep.
But you don't want corruption, the balancing factor for like messing around with people, to be removed. And then Atrax kind of used like artifacts and stuff with the the different thing.
Yeah.
But that monster coin thing, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Kind of like in that when they were trying to manipulate that egg, the artifact. What were those guys? They were trying to manipulate it. That's what King Atrax did. They were trying to manipulate artifacts, and that's how that happened. Yes.
Yeah.
I don't remember it, but maybe one of you guys can correct me. Yushalda is saying, is not blood magic accessible to players to use, but it's illegal to NPCs? Like, are we allowed as players to use blood magic?
Yeah, we use blood magic, I think.
I remember them talking about it. I don't remember what they said.
The warrior
Yeah, that's what I said. I don't remember.
Warrior life drain talent, I think, is a blood, something to do with blood.
The fighter has that blood fusion thing. Yeah. I'm like, I forget, but I mean, that's also, I'm going to be honest, with the exception of Bard, if it's not cleric, I kind of tune out a little bit because I'm like, oh, not my class.
I do the same thing, except if it's not fighter, I'm like, okay, can we get to like the other part of this showcasing, please?
That's kind of how I am with tanks.
I think they're cool, don't get me wrong. I'm just not as into them.
I'm almost the same way, but I'm still always a raid leader at heart, so I gotta know what the other things can do.
Yeah, fair.
Cleric life, though. Cleric life.
I'm just a nerd. I like everything. I still haven't even picked my class yet.
It's like we were talking during the break with everybody should play a tank and a healer at some point.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Guaranteed. Everyone should.
I mean, that should be mandatory for your progression path. You must play that, and through
You
a
must play,
mechanics
yeah.
intensive thing to find out it is really actually your fault that the raid failed.
Like if you're a teenager, you should work in customer service or like or hospitality because
You've got
like
like a
it'll change
5-year
you
minimum.
forever.
5-year minimum.
Listen, I have a pocket healer that goes everywhere with me, so he can just blame me every time I die or we fail. He's like, "This is your fault." It's like, okay, as long as you kept most of us up, I don't care.
Fair
So
enough.
I am happy to repeat this when Ezekiel gets back. But I think a good amount of us have played Final Fantasy XIV, and I can't for the life of me recall what other games have done this. But how important is seeing your own character in in-game cinematics to you for role-playing?
100%. I want to see me doing absolutely nothing while cinematics are fucking going crazy in the background. And my character just sitting there like
La-di-da-di-da.
See, this is where I think Ashes really needs to put in some work. Where like Intrepid really needs to put in some work on Ashes. Not like it's a huge negative, like it's going to be a full turnoff for everybody who's interested already. But for new people, it's definitely going to be well, every other game has it, including the Dime Store indie that has like 5 people working on it for the past 6 years. They have some kind of voice acting, even if it's not like super Hollywood grade, they have some kind of voice acting. At least hey, how are you? And stuff like that when you go to click something to get a text pop up, like the first half a sentence of every text line or something, just to introduce what the character sounds like and to really give you the image of that character and how they behave. Like yeah, exactly. The vocal inflections, like what kind of a person is this I'm speaking with. And to not have voice acting in cinematics, I think is going to be a really big hit in like PR.
I don't even think just cinematics. Like you need that in the open world to make it feel immersive.
Oh,
like,
for sure.
The text and stuff is fine for now because it's just in production, but like when it gets to launch, I really, really need voice acting if I want it to be like a top tier game.
I'll be honest, like if it's text and if it's a lot of text, especially like Final Fantasy, I don't read it. Skip until eventually I get to like, the monologue with somebody, voice acting. It was like, okay, this I will sit here and watch. But
This is obviously the important part. They hired somebody for this.
Yeah. Exactly.
As far as me being seen in the cinematic, I could care less. This is all extra to me. I come old school roleplay, so I mean these games have advanced so much. Whatever is a bonus for me, I can deal with it.
Yeah, I'm of the same mind too. I think it should be there when it makes sense, but it shouldn't be all the time. And I think like coming back to that point about voice acting, I do agree that was probably like the first thing that I was like, okay, that's a little bit of a dissatisfier. I know it adds time to the development and maybe it can start small in certain cases, but I think having voice acting does really add to the immersion, even if it's like a quick trope as you're talking to a quest giver or talking to an NPC just as they greet you or whatever, like you were saying, Chibi. But yeah, that's something like long term. It is gonna create, I think, a challenge for the community, like to really be immersed if we don't have something that has some sort of voice acting, and I kind of feel like that brings character and greater immersion overall.
And Haya wants to ask, does it have to be voice actors doing the voice, or is AI voice acting okay?
I've actually played with the WoW AI voice actor, and although I respect like voice actors, like that's a lot of money to put into a project. You're already putting a lot of money as a player, and I'm sorry, voice actors, but for the boring stuff like the hey, how are you, or like just reading quest text, I'm fine with AI voiceover. But for like major characters and cinematics, please hire voice actors. Like those are absolutely needed, and pay them well.
Well, so here's my one counterpoint to that. So just like an artist may make a song, they make the song once. That's all they're hired for, right? They're hired to make an album one time. And then the album is sold many, many times. They get a bulk payment. The contracts can be different, but they can get a bulk payment up front. And then there's royalty fees for every other time it's used and sold. So a voice actor could actually make, in theory, a lot of passive income by working with technology companies who are making AI voice actor apps.
Yeah.
And it can end up being cheaper in the long run. Oh, and he comes back as a party. I love it. I love it. What an entrance. So you really were a wrestler at one point, because that's a wrestler's entrance right there.
Yeah.
But that could absolutely be a thing, because it's also going to, and here's something else to keep in mind also, is it's going to require a good technician on board at Intrepid to do the voice acting configurations, because you gotta tune those things. You have to go through, and after it's spoken its line, there's apps where you can actually literally grab their vocal swing and you can move it and drag it along, so it's a slower descent and you don't get that weird clippy sound you get with a lot of AI voices. And you can smoothen it out a lot more to make it sound a lot more natural after you've done everything you can via prompts, etc. So it's still going to be like a paid position tweaking it, but then actual paid actors that supplied their voice would be paid perpetually.
I'm gonna agree with you guys. I'd like to see voice acting too. It can be AI. That's fine. Major characters, definitely you want a real person to like really bring that to life. I've been spoiled with games like SWTOR, ESO, Final Fantasy. I'm okay with my character not having a voice. That's fine. Like I can keep that internal thing, but big things or even just regular quests, it feels better to have more immersive. To have a voice.
Yeah,
I agree.
So Ezekiel, what you missed, I was asking, how important is seeing your character in in-game cinematics to you for roleplay?
I can see that being pretty fun. I think they did that with was that Star Wars: The Old Republic MMO?
Yeah.
Where they and I always kind of dug that. I didn't really play it a lot, but I did kind of dig seeing that, like with the story, it kind of just makes you feel a little bit more, impactful with with the storytelling and stuff like that. I don't think it's like completely necessary, but it is just a really cool thing, just to throw in, if it's not in there, I'm not gonna, say, oh, this is horrible. But if it's there, that's awesome. That's awesome.
Yeah,
it's not like I'm not gonna play the game if the game doesn't have voice acting, but like there's a difference when I'm walking through like retail WoW and I don't know the story and I don't know the world, and it's massive at this point, and I am level 1 going to like level 70. I skip through everything. I don't know anything that's going on. I catch all the cinematics and then I'm still lost. People have like followed the lore and everything like that. They're still, even after reading all the quest texts and everything like that. So I mean, like having something like Final Fantasy or like SWOTAR where you're like actually going through world events and it like all clicking together creates a new player experience that is so much more immersive, and you understand your character, what their job is, and like how you are playing the game, versus just next XP grind, haha, hit rock, now bring it back. You know, like it changes the way that you play the game when you have like those immersive tools.
Yeah, but also to Mary Jones's point, you have to also think about the languages that aren't English. So you have all English voice acting, and then how many other languages? Because you know, Intrepid has a whole list of different languages that they're going to localize for. Now imagine all of those lines being localized with another actor or actress with like that language. That would just be intense. Or they would just only do English, but then those people are missing out on really important like story, unless like there's the subtext that's in with their language, but it's just not the same because it's, I mean, you can genuinely feel emotion and good voice acting, but it doesn't really, like if I heard voice acting in Korean, I might be able to feel the emotion but not understand why they're feeling that emotion, unless there's like something that helps me
I watch anime and I cry, so
emotional damage. Good. I love that, guys. But yeah, there's also the one thing to keep in mind is that you're never going to actually get rid of voice actors, because even if somebody goes through and they spend a solid 6 months in front of a single microphone recording every vocal inflection and every type of whatever they can for every language that they speak, there's always going to be somebody putting together a game or something that wants to talk to somebody to their face and be like, no, what we need is this scene it needs to have this specific kind of feel for the voice, and then you have to do this kind of feel, and that voice actor is going to knock it out in 5 minutes. Boom. Yeah. Versus somebody sitting in front of a machine like trying to tune a voice to do that, and maybe they don't even get it quite perfect, and they'd be sitting there for 2 weeks trying to get that to happen.
Honestly, like reading from the chat, because I haven't been able, I mean, I've been able to read the chat this entire time, but, you know, not being a part of the conversations, haven't been able to say this, but the chat's basically saying a lot of them are feeling that, you know, in this day and age, not having voice acting is kind of just not really unheard of, but like, it'd be kind of ridiculous because a lot of the top tier stuff has voice acting for that immersion, and it really does separate, like, as you can have all the bells and whistles, but if you don't have some of these key features that help with immersion, that help with being a part of a story, because if you think about it, I mean, if you take away the MMO part and you just make it an RPG, I can't think of one RPG on the market right now that doesn't have voice acting in it.
And then, like, just real quick to toss us out there, sorry, like Lulu said, detrimental to the perceived quality of the game.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You got to realize that these AAA games and stuff, these companies, they have the larger budgets. Somebody like Ashes, we want to get the game first and maybe then work on something like that if there's the money for it. But, you know, that's the way I would prioritize it.
Don't get me wrong. I'm going to play the game whether it has voice acting or not. I'm just saying that's what separates it from like top tier games. And so if that's what they're trying to achieve, if they're trying to achieve top tier game, yeah, voice acting is what you need. If, hey, it's too expensive, we can't even operate at that, I'm still going to play the game regardless. But that's how you improve it.
Yeah. I mean, let's be honest though, like the statements have been put out there. So to add to it, another use case for it, they're not trying to make the game for everybody. So if you're addicted to voice acting and you need it in the game, maybe the game's not made for you. Might be that same thing. I know it's aggravating to hear when it's about a feature you like, because I'm one of those, because they're skipping out on the PvE content crew. So voice acting crew probably is going to be disappointed for a little bit too. Planendorf is going to voice act everybody though, so I think we're safe.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Exactly.
Problem solved.
I'll help. I can do voices.
And just to reiterate back on what Vertex said, like they're not cutting out PvE from the game. I don't want people to think that from what he just said. But the harder
I can be
core
dramatic
PvEers,
sometimes. That's part of RP too, okay?
the harder core
They're taking
PvE
everything
players,
away from me.
New package deal, guys. New package deal.
New package deal.
Volunteer your voice.
There you go.
There you go.
I would love to
There
do
you go.
that.
All the DMs in the Ashes community, go.
The fine print cost that was added onto the Kickstarter. You guys didn't know at the time, but before you get your Alpha 2 access, you're gonna have to supply some voice lines. Get ready.
Community headline incoming. Intrepid is making players
voice
work
act
for
their
them.
game.
Yeah, voice act their game.
Voice acting sweatshop incoming.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you're super hard in the PvE, like hardcore, like the raiding and stuff, especially if you consider things like World of Warcraft, like I don't think Ashes is going to have that same quality of PvE that World of Warcraft has had. That's just an example I can think of because I'm sorry, I've played World of Warcraft for most of my life and I played a few other games. I don't have much to compare to.
Planendorf, okay. An official announcement. But yeah, for those who are newer to the Ashes scene, like I'm being a little bit hyperbolic with the statement, but wait no,
wait no,
not official. Don't worry, that's gonna be going up as the next thing. Wait, there we go.
That's so funny.
I wish I could send both of those at the same time. Wait, no, not official, please, all in one. But yeah, for those who are newer to the Ashes community, the Ashes space, and just the Ashes game in general, it's not like PvE is out of the game. It's just that it is a PvP centric game that has some PvE added into it, but there's not like a lot of instance stuff. But we also don't know all the information about the instance stuff, so
yeah,
there's a lot of supposition and theory crafting and hyperbolizing.
Yeah.
Steven, give us more. We
Give
need
us more info.
We always crave more, and it is that time of year where in just a little over a month they will be having their charity stream
Their
where we always
leakathon.
get our yearly lore.
We'll also be in A2 then.
Exactly.
Yes, we will.
Yeah.
I wonder what their this is a total side tangent. I wonder what their charity stream is going to look like with Alpha 2 being out that same weekend. Curious to see what that's going to be about.
Wait, that's the same weekend?
Well, like the weekend I think prior is when it starts, and then I think the next weekend is usually when they have their stream. Because like that's my birthday.
They always
weekend.
do it like the first day.
It's
of
always
November,
the first weekend in November.
Yeah.
But yeah, so speaking on from that, what is your worst? This is from Thogly. What is your worst RP PvP experience that you have ever had?
RP PvP?
Yep, that's what it says.
Okay.
I've never roleplayed PvP'd in a game, so I'm out of this one.
Same. Yeah, same.
I honestly can't think of anything.
RP PvP experience, having too big of a tournament with a couple thousand people in it.
That would be difficult for sure.
Takes too long.
Hours and hours.
I suppose people just going off and getting pissed, like if you're PvP tournaments, roleplay tournaments, calling each other cheaters, and all of a sudden that kind of drama starts from.
Yeah, it's as soon as players get out of character when they're supposed to be in character.
From me. That was a 2.
That's a bad experience then. I mean, it's negative. It's just a negative overall negative experience.
Oh no, Viking!
Oh no.
Irish Viking says if Steven does some voice acting, we can identify him very quickly.
And everything's being described as glorious.
Yes.
Everything is glorious.
I almost started this off as saying, hello, glorious community.
Oh man.
Dear lordy. Yeah, I don't think I have
can't wait to play.
Worst RP PvP experience, to be honest. I don't think I've done anything that could be considered RP PvP.
Yeah. I think I will maybe leave this next question as our last one. It feels like a good one to go out on.
Okay.
We've gone half an hour over our requested timeline. Thank you guys for being here. So Ludaloo asks, what are your character's ambitions when it comes to RPing? Do you just want to chill in a tavern with your RP as a backstory? Or do you want to be a metro mayor riding a dragon and forcing your characters onto an entire region of the map and all of its inhabitants? I feel like this is a good one to go out on a bang with.
I will become the Shaman King.
Love it.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
I mean, my ambitions are honestly just to be able to like interact and do things as a guild community. I mean, I don't have any aspirations to be a mayor or ride a dragon. That's for greater men than myself. But I do definitely not don't want to sit in a tavern just drinking myself to death. I want to be out there exploring the world, with my comrades in arms and doing great things, but in our own way, not necessarily in a mayor, I'm the center of attention way.
Yeah.
See, for me, I think this is the reason why I want to be in a divine node, is because I want to be a treasure hunter and I want to be able to dig down, all that kind of stuff. That sounds fun to me. I don't want to ride a dragon. I have no visions of grandeur. I don't think I could ever push myself that hard anymore to do anything like that. You're fighting against all these mega guilds for all these 1 or 2 mounts that might be in the game per server. It's just not going to be feasible for me.
Yeah.
I think for my character, his ideal is to just go into this new world and try to make it a better one than the one that he came from. And so he will be hell-bent on fighting any sort of corruption, human-made or Varen-made. And he will be always trying to protect people and going out in the world and making sure that what he's doing is the best thing to advance the new world.
Looks like we're going to be fighting.
Let's go. Come at me, bro.
Vera's pretty much the same way. Like when we get to Vera, it's protecting people, dealing or attempting to deal with the corruption, and just kind of exploring at the most part.
For me, I could see she's really about adventure and things like that. And I know, having role played with Des and House Rain and Gilded House, that regardless of where all of you go, she's probably going to search the world to meet up with you once in a while. So that's going to be a part of her core feature, because I like adventure. I like just going off and seeing what I can find and where I can find it, and hopefully not die along the way too much. But also, yeah, wanting to help people. That's why I always make her a healer type. She just genuinely wants to make the world a better place and enjoy herbs and alchemy along the way, because why not? That's nifty, and it's something that she can do along her journey.
That's awesome. I think ambitions for, again, my main, Vertec, always a tank. So he's always going to have he always has noble tanky stuff in mind, like adventure, move everybody forward, protect those who are there for you, that type of thing. So I think he's really just there for exploring all the things, finding all the stuff, see what's out there. That's pretty much it. Wherever that road takes him, that's where it takes him. He could live a pauper's life, forever living as one of those residents that are never able to escape a tavern's room as their residents on the new world, or maybe mayor. Who knows? He's not going to turn it down. Somebody elects him, he's going to take it. But
right.
I could see Vertec gathering up the tavern members and there's a dragon afoot, let's go, and just goes off. And
oh my gosh, I want to see that as art.
Closing down.
Being let's go. Just all these patrons behind him with maybe a tankard, because why not? We trust you to bring it back.
yeah, absolutely.
I see.
Really
Yeah,
more
Our flows. We're gonna go kill a dragon.
Yeah.
I see
Oh my
Des
gosh.
going around to different nodes trying to coordinate, making focuses and gear and getting everyone in a coalition to fight another region or defend themselves against other threats.
A
Find as
rabble
many-
rouser.
Right.
Rabble,
Find as
rabble.
many relics as you can get for the region. Making that community. That's what I like to do too.
Absolutely.
Sorry, I was informed Gilded House's thing is world domination. I don't know how I feel about that. Okay.
Okay.
Fair enough. But yeah, new tavern sign.
VP.
It's gonna say out to siege.
New tavern sign.
Love it.
The Vertec asks for aid. There's a dragon afoot. Help the Vertec protect these lands.
Light the fires.
Oh my gosh, yes. We'll have a tavern sign that says killing dragon. Come back later.
Come back.
Come back in
soon.
1 hour.
Yeah.
Wait, instead of like the
Oh, we have the little clock face on it.
Yes. Yes. Oh my gosh.
It'll be like a dragon.
The Eye
with
of
a
Sheol.
tail.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Oh wait.
So come back
No,
later. We're killing a dragon. Is that reference to fishing?
Yeah.
So is anybody
Gone fishing or out to
so
lunch?
is anybody gonna be a fisherman? Anybody
I
ever gonna
probably
role
will.
play?
I might do a
Does it
little
make
bit, but
me
I'm
money?
not gonna role play it.
We could just have like the sign of Eterna just like on there instead of the clock face, because I'm not sure if the clock actually exists in Vera. You can just use the Eterna sign.
There we are.
Like it.
Gone dragoning.
People like to
We'll
be a big
return.
time
But yeah,
fisher.
I'll be doing
Nice.
some fishing probably. Because we're running a tavern. We got food to make.
Yep. You gotta get some of that food somehow. But that being said, I am trying to rely on other people. If I can spend a lot more of my time doing the alchemy and the herbalism stuff, I'm probably gonna do that and be like dabbling in fishing. But
Player stall
yeah.
NPCs.
Yeah.
Scribes right there.
Find a
Get those
freehold next to a
logins
lake
made.
will be good.
I'll RP fishing just so I can make everyone jealous with the enormous size of RP fish I got.
Hell yeah.
That's a
This one's
whopper.
56
Oh
pixels.
my gosh.
Oh man.
I love it. So I think this is a great time to kind of close out a little bit, and I kind of, if it's okay, I want to plug some upcoming things that we have for our podcast or our stream account, if you will. Some events we have coming up. So first off, I just want to say, because we did not say this earlier in the main ending, but oh my lord, thank you guys so much for the love and support that you've shown us today. We appreciate your subscriptions and your support of any way, and especially your viewership, because again, having you in chat and talking with us while we do this, it matters greatly to us. That being said, we are launching something new coming soon for the subscribers on our channel, and it is roleplay / TTRPG oriented, but maybe not in quite the way that you think, and I can't wait to bring it. And we might have more information for you by Tuesday on that, actually. And if that's up your alley and you're a supporter, please DM me. But also, I have to say this because, as Vertec mentioned previously, I am a purveyor of roleplay. This is a roleplay summit. I would love to get a roleplay group together to also run one of these. I think that would be so cool to get a good about 5 of us with me as the DM, maybe, or Vertec as the DM, so that I can enjoy my role playing. And I think it would be really, really cool to see what a roleplay group could do with this. And it might take a while, but it would be hella fun, I think. So keep your ears and eyes peeled. We'll have more information soon, TM. But also, one thing that you don't need to be a subscriber to be a part of is we have, on the same opening weekend of Ashes Alpha 2 Phase 1, Vertec and I will be doing a 24-hour charity event. We already have the poster created for this. I will be sharing this on X and on YouTube soon. but we'll be doing our 24-hour annual, third annual 24-hour charity, I think. This time with Ashes included.
I can't remember if we're on third or fourth. I think third. I think we got a late start on it because we were always like, maybe we should do the thing, and then we missed the thing, and we were like, oh, we missed the thing. Sorry.
The squid, I love it. Yeah. And so yeah, we're really excited because I think the previous year we were talking about doing it. But yeah, 24 hours of streaming of the loading queue. No, so we are actually gonna be doing it Saturday to Sunday. And while there's downtime, we have plenty of things planned to do with people, and so we can't wait. What do you mean? There'll be no bugs. Exactly, Planador. This is totally not an alpha. It's absolutely a finished game. Joking. If I could, I'd put this is a joke on the screen right now, but I am joking. This is an alpha. Expect bugs. And who knows? Maybe we'll have some. Not official, please. Not official. This is a joke on the screen right now, but I am. Oh boy, it's loud. Amy.
Oh yeah, sorry, I hit the wrong button. I had it muted, but I hit the X. Sorry.
It's all good.
Yeah.
But Vertec, you're muted.
Oh my gosh, that's the phrase of the day right there. I'm just gonna put it up one more time just because it's amazing.
Yes.
Not official, please.
Yeah. But no, yeah, we hopefully we will have minimal bugs, but I'm also kind of hoping for the funny type of bugs where just like, memories are made from them type of bugs.
Yeah. It's interesting, random, funny, quirky stuff because they're gonna happen. So at least enjoy finding them,
Yeah. But as soon as we are done with this, oh God, I'm sorry. You put that on. Ezekiel. Yeah, I'm talking to you. You know what you're going to have to do now, right?
He's a sassy cat.
My combo.
The combo.
何はキツネをコトマですか男の子は走ってます。
Yes, that was Kronk.
Yes.
Doing.
Oh my god, that was so good.
Glorious.
Yeah, that was great.
I loved it.
I made that a combo one day when we ended up on Ezekiel's stream. I was like, this is my combo forever.
We were just like, we have so many points to redeem. Let's redeem them all. What can we do here?
Yep.
Oy.
But enough about us. We will be working on the charity stream, but more updates of like what to expect and stuff will be coming in the future. However, I would like to once again turn it to our lovely guests who have stayed the additional hour plus to hang out with us. So whoever wants to go first, in no particular order, we love you all.
You don't have to say anything, but feel free.
Yeah, I'm just going to say thank you once again to everybody in chat as well. Planador for showing up and taking interest in this community event. I mean, I think all in all, this exceeded my expectations. And I just want to say thank you again to everyone who participated, planned, and interacted today. It was such a great experience. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll go now. Yeah, I'm going to repeat what he just said. I'm not going to speak very long, but I'm looking forward to see you guys in Alpha 2 here shortly, and we're going to get our groove on. We're going to do some murdering. Me and Lloyd might throw down in that little PvP thing he's got going on.
Fight of the century.
I'll help you out, by the way, if you need any help with that, Lloyd, with your little battle plan.
Yeah, I forgot
Lloyd,
about that.
You better announce that, please.
Okay, I will when I go.
Okay.
Still gonna make a character named Cameraman, just so I can get up real close and get the zoomed in on like the fist hitting the face, like right there. Pow!
Hell yeah!
Sunday,
you do the
Sunday,
slow-mo
Sunday.
impact for like that last hit.
I might as well just announce it now since we're talking about it. Actually, fuck it. Yeah. So Sunday. The very so I think we're gonna be planning this for November 10th. I will be running a PvP tournament, not an RP PvP tournament, but an actual PvP tournament where people will test their skills. I have a few guilds that are interested. This is going to be during the Alpha 2 Phase 1 Wave 1 week. So I think that's November 10th. more info is going to be coming out October 28th. So if you really want to be a part of that, I will be doing that. I have a Twitter post. So if you follow me at x.com/LudeLloyd, then it's highlighted, it's pinned. So yeah, feel free to message me if you'd like to join that, if you'd like to get your guild in it, to get some guild renown for a little PvP tournament. There's not going to be any exploiting or anything like that. We're going to be in the lawless zones. And yeah, if people in the crowd mess with it, mess with the duels, they're killed. If people try to gank us, we're going to kill them. It's going to be chaotic, or it's going to be organized chaos. I'm going to love it. It's going to be a lot of fun. Hope you all come by. So yeah, I will hopefully see you all there. And I'm Lude Lloyd, and thank you for having me and allowing me to shout that out. You guys are awesome.
Of course. It's a community event. I'm excited. Yes, he's hosting a PvP tournament.
I'll be there.
Yes.
It's gonna be fun times.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you for having me. Even though I kind of stepped in for Nihili. But yeah, you guys are amazing. It was nice at least spending an hour and a half with you guys.
Yeah.
Just sitting here chatting. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you. It's glad to have you. I'm glad to have you back on again. But Gilded House has been awesome, as well as a lot of the other people that have been here. But just the fact that you'd swap out, appreciate that.
Always happy to help.
I appreciate you guys running this again. Like this is awesome to do. Couple shout outs. Lloyd, you inadvertently shouted out Zillin just a moment ago with Organized Chaos. Just pointing that out.
Oh, what?
That's his guild, man.
Oh, nice.
A throwback from SWTOR days, man. I'm excited to see you guys in Alpha 2 as well. Maybe coordinate a little bit on a server that's been mentioned a couple times with the Arc, maybe. And any elves, hit us up. Rev's Order.
Nice.
Rev's Order.
Yeah. But yeah, thanks again. And it's awesome meeting all of you, honestly. This is really cool because I'm very new to this community. So being able to jump in, talk to a whole bunch of you with, a subject that's pretty awesome that I enjoy, it's feels good. You know what I mean? Like getting my feet wet, basically, with this kind of topic. I am just going to warn everybody, though. I'm actually going to be taking October off from streaming because I've been streaming pretty much almost full time for the past 2 years and a few months. And knowing me, once Ashes launches, I'm not going to take a break. So I figured I'd go ahead and take a few-week break. So October, I'm going to be basically MIA until Alpha 2 launches. That's when I will be coming back.
So asking you to be a guest on our charity stream is a no-go.
Oh, no, that's fine. That's fine.
Okay.
No, it's just, the regular scheduled streaming. Like, I'm still, finishing up September. It's just pretty much the first 3 weeks of October that I'm going to take a break from streaming just because like I said, I've been doing it on top of working full time for the past over 2 years. So I feel like I need just like a little bit of a break before I dive in, heavy with Ashes.
A little refresh.
Yeah, take care of yourself.
Yeah. Hopefully you have that Iron Throne by then.
Yeah.
That would be awesome.
That would be so cool.
Ezekiel's gonna return streaming as the mayor of multiple nodes somehow, top in the realm PvP kills most money.
He's gonna have to compete with Killer though.
Ah, man.
Oh no.
Oh boy.
Could be a tough call right there.
I think he could do it.
I don't know.
Race to the
He
top.
up those entrances like that. He might win.
Yeah,
He'll have
okay.
everybody's help.
Thank you, Planet Dwarf. Have a good night.
Who's gonna
everybody.
run the orcs?
Right.
About time for us to close up shop. TV, did you have any last words?
If you really liked content like what we had tonight, please honestly consider somehow supporting us, be it being here and watching all of our videos the way that you have done this entire time, or you can help us by subscribing on Discord, having a membership on YouTube, being a subscriber on Twitch. We don't require you to have monetary help, but it does definitely help us do more things like this, which is very fun to do. And I really love being able to set this up, and it takes a lot of work, as a couple people have hinted at. And all anybody else really saw in our chat is, you know, us reaching out to them over a month ago and keeping them updated as we went, while also doing a billion other things that we always do. So thank you guys for that. You were in our roleplay summit here. Thank you for being patient with us as we gave you updates throughout, while also, you know, grappling with other things. But oh my gosh, thank you, Anduin and RP House, or Gilded House, RP House, for the subs.
Welcome to the
Appreciate
tavern,
it.
Noodles.
House of RP. This is where we're going, you know. But yeah, and otherwise, honestly, the greatest way that you can help support us is by hanging out in our Discord and in our chats and interacting with us, because we appreciate you. Hi, thank you.
Ash and Harold, thank you. Thank you so much.
Ash and Harold, for that. Oh my gosh. But I'm gonna start this raid over to Thogli, who happens to be a leader of dwarves. I think we had an obvious lack of dwarves in this roleplay summit.
Where are those dwarves? Where are
I don't know. I think they were busy diggy holing or something.
Always busy with those diggy
Always
holes.
digging them
Diggy holing.
I hope I did that well. I'm sorry.
All right, everybody. Well, thank you once again for hanging out with us. Thank you, everybody in chat, hanging out with us. That is super awesome of you. We love having you in there. We really appreciate the subs as well. So thank you, everybody who tossed out one of those, especially those last three that just came in, Anduin and Gilded House, giving one to Noodles, and then Ash and Harold. You guys are fantastic.
Appreciate you guys. For serious.
But again, as always, the best support you can give is just being here. So you did that. You showed up in spades. Chat was lively. Chat was amazing.
Yes.
And we got a house party going on here. So everyone, have yourselves a fantastic evening. We'll catch you around next time.
Dance party out.
Enjoy your Saturday. Bye.
Night, everybody.
Bye.